guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The conflict between Israel and Hamas has reached its 38th day. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby affirmed the presence of Israeli defense forces near Gaza's main hospital.
They have a legitimate right and a need to go after these leadership of Hamas, but they also have to be mindful of civilian casualties, particularly when it comes to a hospital.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on NBC's Meet the Press Sunday the negotiations for the release of hostages held by Hamas might be underway. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization reported that Gaza's primary hospital has been without power for 3 days and is currently non-functional. Amazon's games division is reducing its workforce by almost 200 positions, as disclosed in an internal memo circulated on Monday. The vice president of Amazon Games described it as challenging news. The memo outlined that Amazon will shift its focus to upcoming releases like Throne and Liberty and the Blue Protocol, as well as future initiatives. As part of a restructuring effort, the company intends to shut down its game growth and Crown Channel initiatives. Southern California is bracing for its initial significant storm of the rainy season. Meteorologist Robbie Monroe from the National Weather Service says there's 100% certain that rain is going to fall.
We are expecting rain to pick up across the region, especially into Wednesday. And it was mainly light to moderate rain continuing through Friday or Saturday of this week.
Described as a warm storm, it is anticipated to have a snow level above 8,000 feet. Monroe predicts about 1 inch of rain in the basin and up to 3 inches in the mountain regions when the storm concludes. Everything is bigger in Texas except the gas prices. Drivers in the Lone Star State have the nation's lowest gas prices, $2.80 per gallon. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A state of emergency is being declared in Los Angeles as a result of a pallet fire that has shut down a main highway indefinitely. Governor Gavin Newsom said in a statement Saturday night the state is mobilizing resources to complete repairs and minimize the impact for travel in and around Los Angeles. China's president is coming to the U.S. this week to meet with Joe Biden in the city by the Bay.
President Biden scheduled to meet with the president of China here in the United States this week. The city chosen for the meeting, San Francisco, where California Governor, Democrat Gavin Newsom, admits city workers are very busy moving homeless folks off the streets, so the Chinese delegation does not see them or their tents. Drug addicts who shoot up around the clock are also being relocated. I'm Laura Winters.
Screen actors in Hollywood have finally voted to end their strike. The SAG-AFTRA union that represents about 160,000 actors have agreed to a deal with movie and TV studios. The strike started more than 3 months ago. Taylor Swift will have the chance to make history at the 2024 Grammys. She earned her 6th Album of the Year nomination for Midnights, tying her with Barbra Streisand for the most ever by a female artist. A win for Swift would give her 4 Albums of the Year wins, lifting her above Frank Sinatra, Stevie Wonder, and Paul Simon for the most all time. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, you know what that means. It's that time once again. Cue the microphone, gather around the radio, and here we go. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us here. Hope your week's off to a good start. I'm Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Yeah, counting down to the big travel weekend. It actually kind of gets underway this upcoming weekend. Of course, all of next week. Actually got the numbers from AAA this past day. They're talking like 55 million expected to travel this Thanksgiving. And they're actually giving us kind of an early heads up. Yeah, right there just in time for some of the busiest travel days next week. Looks like we're going to have some travel disruptions courtesy of Mother Nature. But between now and then, relatively quiet. From now to the upcoming weekend, a good chunk of the country will be quiet. Big storms coming on out west. As we just heard him mentioning, a lot of rain going to be coming into California. Meanwhile, we're really beginning to see things start warming up in the Midwest and the Northeast over the next several days. So that's where we'll begin with our travelers' weather. First things first, tonight there's not a whole lot to slow you down as I look at the watches, advisories as far as wintry weather, severe weather. It's just the map is nearly blank. Not a whole lot going on, and that is reflected in the radar. Now we have some light rain falling way down along the Gulf Coast. From New Orleans, southern Mississippi, on over into southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle region. Could see some heavier rain moving in because there's plenty of heavier rain offshore. Elsewhere around the country, just a little bit of precip remaining there in the Northeast, maybe a few snow squalls through east central and upstate New York. Otherwise, some lighter areas of mixed precipitation. It's a cold rain, maybe mixed in with a little sleet or gravel. But the warming trend is about to get underway. Great night for moving freight around the country as we close out on Monday, and we'll turn the page on the calendar. Where are we? 14th day of November as we work our way time zone to time zone into a new day. Big show tonight. What do we have on tap? We'll be chatting. It's the time of year, the change of the seasons. We've been talking winterizing your summer equipment, tractors, lawnmowers, lawn equipment, you name it, and making sure those generators are ready in the event of inclement ice or winter weather that shuts down the power. Bob Galuska joins us this morning. We'll be talking all things Gold Eagle brand Sta-Bil primarily. Give you some much-needed information, how the product works, when do you need to treat the fuel when you purchase your gasoline, and how quickly gas goes bad. With a lot of information we'll be breaking down for you here with Bob Galuska in our 1 a.m. Eastern Time hour. We also will chat with John Dunlap, get an NTPA update. It's kind of the dormant season, the off season. They did have the big awards banquet recently, and he'll break that down for you. Meanwhile, a record-challenging warmth in the Midwest expands across the Northeast this week. Could provide maybe early holiday travelers ideal conditions for your trip. I've got a brother who actually is going to be traveling Wednesday of this week, 15th. They're going to be flying out of Denver and coming into town. It's been right through. They're going to head down to Kentucky for a few days, then come up, spend Thanksgiving with Mom. And so they're looking for beautiful traveler's weather. And by the time they go back, looks like forecast is looking pretty good. It's right there around the busy travel time where we're anticipating some travel issues. But temperatures are going to be trending into the 60s and 70s over much of the plains and Midwest here for the first half of the week. Even along the northern tier of the Midwest, highs in the 50s. We're talking 10, 20 degrees above normal this time of year. Minneapolis, this upcoming day, the record would be 68 degrees. Set in 1953, you're going to come within a few degrees of that. Both Wednesday and Thursday. Milwaukee also, highs will be in the mid-60s both days, approaching Wednesday's record of 69 from back in 1990. Thursday's record of 70 was set in 1931. A cold front's going to put an end to the warm spell by Thursday over parts of the northern plains. And then as we look toward Friday and much of the rest of the Midwest, further east, a dip in the jet stream will allow some cooler air to push southeastward out of Canada before a pretty substantial warm-up for the latter part of this week. That cool flow will keep areas probably just a few degrees shy of normal throughout much of this midweek. Highs going to range from the mid-30s there in northern Maine, upper 50s in southeastern Virginia. But temperatures will begin to trend upward starting Wednesday. Along the western slopes of the Appalachians and around the eastern Great Lakes, Thursday, that warm-up progresses all the way over to the I-95 corridor and the East Coast. So Thursday, Friday, highs are going to be lower 60s. New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. Yeah, highs well into the 60s. In the D.C., Baltimore area by Friday, a forecast to top 60 in Boston. You may even climb into the 50s in coastal areas of Maine and along the northern tier of New England. Enjoy. It may be the last pretty substantial warm snap. But it's beautiful fall-like weather in the offing for the coming days. The extent of rain for late this week, we're talking about a possible coastal storm. It's still up for debate, but as that storm redevelops just east of Florida Thursday or Friday, we'll see a pretty substantial mass of tropical moisture shifting northeast out of the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean. A strong cold front moving into the east by the end of the week will pick up that storm and draw it quickly northeastward as it strengthens over the warm Gulf Stream waters just off the east coast. As this does not look like a full-fledged tropical system, but more of a maybe nor'easter, perhaps a hybrid storm late this week, both tropical and non-tropical characteristics. Now, there's a lot of interpretation yet to be done, several model runs, uncertainty, in other words. Forecast could change in the coming days, but we'll break down Thanksgiving, of course, time with the family, the friends, watching football, starting the holiday season. However, before the first piece of turkey can be served, millions will head to the airport or hit the highways during what is known as the busiest time of the entire year to travel across the United States. More than 55 million are expected to travel for Thanksgiving this year. According to AAA, that's up about 2.3% since last year. It would be the third highest since they started tracking holiday travel about 23 years ago. While AAA expects the vast majority, of course, will hit the roads to reach their destinations, air travel leading up to Thanksgiving could reach the highest level since 2005. Now, whether you're taking to the sky or hitting the highway, Mother Nature may complicate travel for millions of Americans in the days leading up to Thanksgiving. If you're going to get the early start, as I mentioned, people planning to travel Saturday and Sunday this upcoming weekend, you may be able to avoid the worst of the crowds and the worst of the weather. It's actually Tuesday and Wednesday of next week before Thanksgiving, the busiest air travel days ahead of the holidays and also the most expensive. This upcoming weekend may kick off with a bit of rain and breezy conditions in the Northeast, as well as parts of California, but most of the rest of the country should have weather pretty favorable for the early holiday travelers. AccuWeather said that by Sunday, dry conditions have returned to California as well as the East Coast, with rain-free weather also forecast across the Great Lakes, the Southeast, and most of the plains. The only fly in the ointment in the Northwest, where a quick hidden storm could dish out some rain and mountain snow during the latter portions of this upcoming weekend. We could see slower travel around Seattle and Portland, motorists who plan on driving through the mountain passes in the Cascades. But we'll break down a bit further. Travel conditions may deteriorate leading up to Thanksgiving. So at least you're getting plenty of advanced warning. Time to maybe adjust some of those travel plans if necessary. Who's on board out of the box? Truckin' Troy says, good morning, Steve-O, coming to you live and in color from Homer, Michigan tonight. Everybody, have a great day. Shorty kicks his week off. I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. Hanging in at 60 degrees. It's Orlando. Turnaround number 1. Oh, and by the way, my son's rehab graduation went great. Yeah, congratulations, Shorty. I saw many of the photographs and some of the video of the actual celebration ceremony that took place over the weekend. That's a wonderful thing. I tell you, folks, the before and after photographs, astounding. Thank the good Lord above. Hello to Jeffrey. John's on board. Hello, Steve and Stevettes. Godspeed to you and your listeners. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. James, what do you have here? James says, well, here you go. Looks like the GOP, the Republicans, have caved yet again. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas has survived impeachment. But then again, it would have gone nowhere to begin with. The only place it would have been pretty much a statement coming from the House, Democrat-controlled Senate. They're not doing anything about Mayorkas. It's all by design. Hello, Gilligan. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under the stars in Natural Bridge, Virginia. Kind of cool, 41 degrees. My poor Mountaineers choked Saturday night. But those JMU Dukes blew out Connecticut. All right? Everybody keep its shiny side up. Hello to the Dipsy driver, a chilly 39 in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Well, our dog pulled the blanket off us last night, but it's okay. We're recovered. Everybody have a great Tuesday. Stay safe out there. Good morning or good evening, overnight crew from Mansfield, Ohio. There's Brian Ludwig checking in. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe, 45 in Fishkill, New York. Kind of getting his week started. Round number 1 to Schenectady, New York. 5-7, copying the mail. I guess we'll get an update how things went with the better half. Had the heart doctor appointment this past day. He got a long weekend out of that. Mary Ann says, good morning. Hello from Lily and Darla and all the kitty cats. Bidu checks in. Good morning. We'll get some of our other listening friends coming up here as we roll into a Tuesday. What's on your mind? As always, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Holidays rapidly approaching, topping industry headlines. It's pretty much the typical cycle. As the holidays approach, you begin getting the advisories about freight theft, cargo theft, which cargo theft continues to rise dramatically. Industry insiders saying it's a trend that's not likely to slow down anytime soon, but be extra cautious as the holidays approach. We'll share some of the numbers from the third quarter that were just released. Meanwhile, Pappy, what do you got going on? 37 here, the far southwestern side, Hamilton County, Ohio. Saddle up, ride that pony all night long. Nocturnal listeners, not sure if that sounded right. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's 844-844-3380. What were you saying there, Pappy? Let it roll. Are you with me? All right. Rock Pick, good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, it's cloudy, 46. Happy Tuesday, all you hard-working Americans. Of course, I'm awake. Yeah, that Bills game will give nightmares. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. We'll get to some of the other folks coming up here. Hillbilly, I believe, is on board. Got something, maybe a traffic report. What's happening, Hillbilly?
Overhead signs coming out of Cincinnati saying that 71 shut down there to 29 or 30 for an accident. Get around it, get off 28, hang a right, take it over to 42 up to, I think it's Route 123. I'll bring you back there, the pilot there to 34 to get you around it. But that's the way I'm going to go.
So
my GPS saying 40-minute delay. So
okay, that's pretty good delay. It might be so. I mean, the work around that's going to save you time.
Right. So
very good.
I know my Google Maps it shows a big red line, and I'm going to jump off and go around it here in a second. But did you say last night that they had some ballots they found, and all of a sudden this turned up this, and all of a sudden?
In the state of Georgia, somewhere in the vicinity of 147,000, what were supposedly mail-in ballots that had never been folded, were in pristine condition. Yeah, and they've been kept secret or under seal since 2020.
So, ain't that kind of proven?
Well, it sure does raise some red flags in my mind.
I'm telling you. I heard that last night. I'm like, it was too late to call, and I'm like, my God, there's the proof that you need right there.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, I'm coming up on the exit here. I better jump off. Mind my P's and Q's.
All right, safe travels. Thank you for the heads up. Hopefully that'll save maybe a few of our listeners. A little, 40-minute delay. So what do we have? 25 past the hour. Brian has a question here. Brian says, good morning or evening, depending on what end of the book you're on. It's the Carolina Cracker. I've got a question. My dad, who's retired from driving now, called me a couple weeks ago, asked me if I've heard anything about a scale house using a dyno-like type of device to check brakes, bearing temperatures, and whatever else they can fit in. Anyway, the way he explained it to me was you pull your front axle over some rollers, then they stop, pick you up, roll your wheels and tell you to apply the brakes. Then they dump the air in the rollers and tell you to pull forward to the next axle, so on and so forth. Now, he says, I personally haven't had any contact with this piece of work yet. He mentioned Richmond, but wasn't completely sure. Do you or any of our brothers and sisters out here have any information on that? Just a question I had. Thank you ahead of time, he says. Honestly, Brian, I'm not real familiar with the whole dyno type thing with the rollers. I know exactly what you're explaining. It's exactly the kind of device we would pull up on when we had the emissions control checks, which they eliminated years ago in my area. I think they're still doing that in different parts of the country, but I don't know. Maybe some of the drivers out there, give us a heads up. It's 844-844-3388. Cargo theft. In the third quarter of this year, just the last 3 months, a total of 692 theft events recorded in the United States and Canada, according to CargoNet's recently released third quarter supply chain trends analysis. That number is a 59% increase compared to the third quarter of last year. I mean, big time jump. As we enter the final quarter of 2023, there's no indication that cargo theft activity will be slowing in the domestic United States, according to CargoNet. We anticipate strategic cargo theft will remain at unprecedented levels of activity throughout this quarter. Now, they said the majority of the increase can be attributed to ongoing shipment misdirection attacks. What's that? A type of theft in which thieves use stolen carrier and broker identities to obtain freight and misdirect it from the intended receiver so they can steal it. In total, thieves stole over $31.1 million in shipments in the third quarter of this year. California, Texas, Illinois, the top three states in terms of these theft events. Those states alone accounted for 49% of all reported cargo theft in the third quarter. And we'll break down the rest of the story. They kind of gave an explanation as well about this, misdirection sort of theft. First, though, we get a news break, and it's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. An agreement could be in the works to keep the government open beyond week's end.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is indicating the Democrats may be open to backing the Republicans' temporary funding bill as a measure to avert a government shutdown scheduled for this Friday. The House is scheduled to consider Johnson's bill later this week. I'm John Schaefer.
Donald Trump Jr. has testified once more in the civil fraud trial involving the Trump Organization in New York. Speaking on behalf of the defense, he attributed the charges against his father to an overzealous attorney general in New York.
It doesn't feel like we're playing by the rules. We're playing by a one-sided system of justice.
The former president faces potential fines of $250 million, which could also result in restrictions on conducting business in New York. It's predicted more than 55 million Americans will travel 50 miles or more for Thanksgiving this year. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration lubricants. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Once again, hope your week's off to a good start. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Back to the just released report from CargoNet. CargoNet said that while these cargo theft trends should make everyone in the industry take notice, there's one group in particular that appears to be targeted more than others. Strategic cargo theft groups have shown a keen interest in perpetuating fraud against small motor carriers or owner-operators with the intent of hijacking their accounts or convincing them to solicit shipments from logistics brokers on their behalf. Both of these strategies seek to evade identity theft checks that a logistics broker may do prior to tendering a shipment. They try to explain. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association recently warned truckers about one such scam. Back in the summer, the FMCSA began requiring that carriers completing a manual MCS 150 update also submit a copy of their commercial driver's license to confirm them as the owner of the DOT number. While that practice makes perfect sense on the surface, it also presented an opportunity for the scammers. Posing as legitimate brokers on load boards, crooks would request a copy of a carrier's CDL prior to accepting the load. The scammer would then use the copy of the CDL to change the carrier's MCS 150 information, basically hijacking the DOT number. Once scammers have this control, that opens the door to the possibility of booking fraudulent loads or double brokering under that DOT number, leaving you, the carrier, to deal with the liability. This issue highlights the importance of owner-operators doing their due diligence when it comes to verifying a broker. Now, the OOIDA Foundation has set up a series of short instructional videos to assist the small business truckers about dealing with brokers. Yeah, the foundation's video on due diligence can help drivers avoid falling victim to this, which is just one of a number of kind of scams that are taking place. But we always hear more and more when the holidays roll around. Of course, next week, Thanksgiving week. Many drivers will be, in some cases, under a load, parking it maybe in a lot somewhere on Wednesday because everybody's closed on Thursday and maybe Friday. That load may sit 3 or 4 days, only for the driver to come back Saturday or Sunday and say, the load is gone, or maybe the entire trailer has disappeared. And it may have been gone for several days. They advise, they give, we'll break down some of those tips they give on how to better try to protect your cargo around this time of the year. The scammers, the thieves, they're out there. They know there's a lot of these high-value Christmas loads, electronics, video game systems, smartphones, all headed to various destinations for the holiday sales. Would that be the Shawnee Big Boy, I believe?
Hey, Steve. Yeah, good morning, guys. Good evening. I don't know if it's your side or my side, but somebody else made a comment, too, on Facebook. I got you on Facebook and on the app, and I could barely hear you. I was wondering if you had an output problem.
I did see somebody else, who was that said something about, I think Larry said, I can barely hear you on the app or Facebook. I mean, nothing's changed on my end that I'm aware of. I haven't been tinkering with anything. It looks like the volume, the output is at 100%. I don't know. Josh
okay.
I do know that I guess you could call it my engineer, Josh, is going to be coming into the studio this Friday to do a bit of a tune-up. It's been a while, so he's going to try to clean some of the computer clutter up and things of that. I'll have him take a look at the audio outputs.
Okay, I just wondered. It might be my time in Orlando heading to Miami, and for some reason I barely hear you, and somebody else agreed with me, and I didn't know if anybody else is having that trouble or not. I just want to let you know. But I'll get off and try to listen to you.
Okay, so are you sure you're? I mean, on like the smartphone, are the volume adjustments? I've done that before, where I thought the volume was up, and somewhere else it was turned down. I don't know.
I checked all that, and like I say, it might be this area reception or whatever. But I just want to double check. Appreciate it, Steve.
Absolutely. Hey, thank you for listening. Thank you. Have a great morning. What do we got going on? 844-3388. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. With the UAW, the strike, which officially ended, we now await the ratification votes. I haven't seen any updates as far as the big three, when those votes are supposed to be taking place from the rank and file. I do know the Mack truck strike with the UAW, that vote to ratify the contract will be taking place Wednesday and Thursday of this week. So obviously by probably Thursday night or early Friday morning, we should have numbers as to whether that has been ratified. One tidbit in regards to the Chrysler parent company Stellantis this past day. Apparently they're offering 6,400 U.S. salaried employees voluntary buyouts as they'll be looking to cut cost amid the transition to electric vehicles and agreeing to the new UAW contract. Salaried employees, they say, must have at least 5 years' experience to be offered a voluntary departure package. Employees agreeing to take the incentive would depart before the end of December. Now, back in October of last year, Stellantis offered voluntary buyouts to its U.S. salaried employees who were ages 55 or older and had been with the automaker at least 10 years. So in this case, it doesn't say anything about 55 and older, just says you must have 5 years experience to accept the package. They don't give any other details to what that actual package would entail, but I guess you see the ramifications, the transition. We know these electric vehicle facilities, there's going to be a lot more automation, meaning they'll need less workers. All right, last week, the bill to remove the overtime carrier exemption was reintroduced in the House and the Senate. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association trying to rally their 150,000 members and everyone else out there to contact your lawmakers about supporting the bill. It is the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act, a bipartisan effort that would simply amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to require truckers receive overtime compensation when you work more than 40 hours in a given week. In case you had missed it, you had Senators Alex Padilla and Edward Markey that introduced the Senate version, which would be S. 3273. Then you had representatives on the House side, Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, Mark Takano of California, introducing House Resolution, or H.R. 6359. These are the numbers you need when you get to contact your respective senator or House member to encourage them to support this. Again, S. 3273 or H.R. 6359. This past day, OOIDA sent out their email blast, the call to action over the years, as they've called it, encouraging them to contact your lawmaker. Contact your lawmakers, urge them to co-sponsor the GOT Truckers Act today. That's GOT, Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers, the GOT Truckers Act. Truckers can easily work, you know this, 50, 60, 70 hours in a week, but in many cases not paid for all that time because of the Fair Labor Standards Act. Tell them that fair compensation will also keep the more experienced drivers behind the wheel. That would improve, obviously, safety on the highways for everybody out there. There's a bit of irony to this. The Fair Labor Standards Act, the reasoning behind this exemption for truckers back in 1938 was an effort to discourage truck drivers from working more than 40 hours a week. As we now know, the reality is truck drivers are generally paid, those who are paid by the mile, oftentimes working up to 70 hours, not being compensated for all that time you spend while you're parked, whether it's loading, unloading, a lot of things taking place. If you're paid by the mile, you're sitting in a traffic jam, several hours lost in any given day. And it all adds up to uncompensated time. Now, if you're paid by the hour, I guess you're not really overly concerned with it. But clear lines at 844-844-3388. A Tuesday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Yeah, I was checking out. You were sharing some of the videos, photos over your weekend there. All the rodeo action going on. Looks like you had a good time. Anyway, he says, good morning, Steve. 50 degrees here, Carthage, Missouri. I made it back to the Weiss compound this evening after another successfully WRCA Ranch Rodeo Finals in Amarillo, Texas. Now, I was part of the team bringing this spectacle to life. Year number 28. We added 3 more qualified teams. Okay, make 26. And the team winner was Sooner Cattle Company from Pawhuska, Oklahoma. Hot blonde wife has a colonoscopy in the morning, looking for cancer, so we're hanging out together watching the Steve Summers Overnight Drive tonight. We'll fire up this powerful chrome-plated cow truck Wednesday to get in the mix. The fall run is going hot and heavy. We need all the trucks we can get right now. Hey, a special shout-out to the Trucking Hall of Fame Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss compound tonight. Southwest Missouri. All right. I thought maybe you can give us a full report, Lauren, how things went there. It looked like you had a pretty fascinating time. Thought Monkey Gouger liked to go out to those big rodeos. Thought he might have been there with you over the weekend. And I guess we're getting a little conflicting reports. Dan said he's having issues with the volume. Dipsy Driver said coming in loud and clear on his end. So does Brian, loud and clear. So I don't know. It may be different parts of the car. I don't have a clue. Hopefully it all settles out, right? But again, nothing changed on my end. It's 844-844-3388. What do you see? Here we are. We're rolling into Tuesday. We've got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Another potential government shutdown. Here we go again. Is it going to be another one of those last-minute deals that they're discussing? Once again, a continuing resolution sort of thing, which that's pretty much, that was the straw that broke the camel's back for some of the far, ultra-conservative likes of Matt Gaetz. That got Kevin McCarthy ousted. And the new House Speaker, one thing that I do see is they're looking to split up this continuing resolution into 2 separate pieces. So funding for different branches of government would be extended to different dates, one longer than the other. But the one thing that they pointed out, which I think that's pretty much what McCarthy did, there's no cuts in spending. It's leaving everything, all these various government entities funded at the levels where they have been. I don't know if this is going to go over well with those, 15, 20 Republicans that all jumped on that bandwagon saying, Chip Roy has already spoke out and said, we're getting absolutely nothing with this proposition to continue funding at the levels where we are. They're vowing we've got to start cutting spending because the level of overspending is not sustainable. We'll see where it goes. Can they get anything accomplished by Friday? We do see a failure to prevent a government shutdown this week could have caused massive chaos at airports over Thanksgiving. As we just explained, what's expected to be the busiest travel time since before the COVID pandemic. The Washington Examiner kind of broke it down this past day. A shutdown would mean some 50,000 Transportation Security Administration officials and 13,000 Federal Aviation Administration air traffic controllers would have to work without pay until the government's funded again. They get the back pay, though, right? And there could be, or more than likely would be, massive cancellations and delays if they decided not to show up for work. Now, the TSA said they're expecting some 30 million travelers between November the 18th and the 28th. We're quickly approaching what is forecast to be the busiest travel period since before the pandemic. And it's critical that policymakers work together to avoid a shutdown to support safe, efficient airport operations. Now, that was the Airport Council International North American president and CEO that spoke to The Hill this past day. A TSA spokesperson added that workers will do their best to meet the wait time standards of 10 minutes and under for the TSA pre-check lanes. That's the pre-check. It would be 30 minutes and under for the standard screening lanes at the security checkpoints. But an extended shutdown could mean longer wait times at the airports. Now, the spokesperson stressed it's very hard for anybody to go for 20 days, 30 days, or even longer without a paycheck. It impacts their ability to get to work, to pay out to put gas in their vehicle, to pay for parking. It impacts their ability to pay the individuals that provide care for their children. There was an analysis by Tourism Economics showed that a government shutdown would also cost the U.S. travel industry about $140 million per day. That estimate includes the closure of national parks and museums, a decrease in travel via air and rail, the air travel industry alone losing about $36 million a day. Realizing that those vast potential impacts, we waited to the very last minute. I mean, it was in the 11th hour before the shutdown was looming. What was that? 60 days ago, 45 days ago, whatever it was. So here we are. We've come full circle back at it once again. It's 844-844-3388. What do you say, Scarecrow?
Well, Steve, I say you are coming through wall to wall across the app. Well, even a couple of zones where I'll occasionally lose the signal. No, it just cruised on through there. So, no, you're doing what you can do on my end here, bud. Yesterday I just touched on Iceland there, and you dug up a quick report.
Yeah.
Kind of shared with everybody, updated. Caught a little bit on the evening news last night there. Yeah, they've got their own little piece of hell going on up there right now. They said they're actually able to tracking the magma or lava flowing underneath is one particular community there that they've totally abandoned the place and just hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. So, and yeah, the boys, they've shared some photos too of the highway system. There's lots of ground.
I saw some pretty. I mean, cracks in the highway. It looked like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 inches wide in some cases, where the earth is moving.
Oh yeah. I don't know how widespread. I don't even know how large the country is to begin with, and how widespread all this activity is. But No, that's obviously it's not a tourist destination right now. Steve, later on here, I will be taking the class to school here for a little bit, but for right now, Steve, I got a shout out for all those in the law enforcement community, in particular at the county level. Now, a little event happened up our way, this past forenoon that left a lasting impression on several. One of my bride's staff members, on her way to work yesterday morning, she had a little accident. Somebody failed to yield the right of way and T-boned her. Now, she's a middle-aged individual, Steve, so her sense of responsibility differs from that of the younger staffers and all. Steve, her biggest concern was getting to work. The younger staffers at this point would have, the trauma and such, they'd have had to have.
We've got to go home. We've got to go home for the next 3 days. Right? And we'll get the rest of the story a bit later.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is scheduled for an in-person meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in San Francisco on Wednesday. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told reporters on Monday that the two leaders will address some of the most fundamental elements in the relationship between Washington and Beijing.
President Biden has a long history with President Xi. Their conversations are direct, they're straightforward. The
U.S. aims to reestablish military communications that were suspended after Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan last year. McDonald's is launching specially designed Crocs with prices ranging from $70 to $75, set to debut tomorrow. In collaboration, the companies are introducing Crocs inspired by the mascots Grimace, Hamburglar, and Birdie, alongside a classic red and yellow color scheme. Each pair comes with matching socks, available for an additional $20. The custom-designed Crocs and socks will be accessible at Crocs retail outlets and through wholesale partners. Donald Trump Jr. has testified once more in the civil fraud trial involving the Trump Organization in New York. Speaking on behalf of the defense, he attributed the charges against his father to an overzealous attorney general in New York.
It doesn't feel like we're playing by the rules. We're playing by a one-sided system of justice.
The Trump family is accused of exaggerating their wealth to secure more favorable loan agreements. In the state civil lawsuit, the former president faces potential fines of $250 million, which could also result in restrictions on conducting business in New York. Cantaloupes are being recalled in at least 10 states, according to the FDA. Sophia Produce is recalling fruit bearing the Malachita labels sold between October 16th and October 23rd due to the potential for salmonella contamination. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A Virginia State University officer is now in stable condition after being critically injured in a shooting early yesterday morning near campus. Chesterfield County Police say he was checking out a disturbance involving a group of people when the suspect fired on him and ran away. That put the school in lockdown for several hours. An Austin police officer was killed and another wounded early Saturday morning, responding to a hostage situation. The officer went to a house to free people being held, and the suspect opened fire. The suspect was shot and killed at the scene. Interim Police Chief Robin Henderson.
I'd also like to highlight the incredible bravery displayed by our officers day in and day out. I could not be more proud of their heroic actions.
2 hostages were found dead, a third escaped, and another injured officer is expected to recover. Drivers in Texas are still seeing the nation's lowest gas prices. That's according to AAA. The average price in the Lone Star State is $2.80 per gallon. The national average today is basically unchanged from yesterday at $3.36. And tonight, it's the Bills versus the Broncos in Monday Night Football as the two teams clash at Orchard Park. Buffalo's coming off a close loss to the Bengals in Cincinnati. That dropped them to 5-4. Meanwhile, the 3-5 Broncos enjoyed a bye week last week. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard. Good to have you with us with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hey, we have a special guest joining us this morning. We've actually spoke to Bob Galuska one time here. It's probably been 6 or 8 months ago. I can't recall when the date was, but Bob, good to meet you. And again, how the heck are you?
I'm doing good, doing good.
All right.
it's getting a little chilly here in the Chicago area. Means it's storage season.
Chicago. Yeah, I remember asking you about that last time we spoke. Gotta love living in Chicago because we hear so many good things and bad things, but you're in a city like every other city, good parts, bad parts, but I want to welcome you in. And yes, we're here to talk we talk a lot about Hot Shot Secret products, but we now have the combination of Gold Eagle and Hot Shot Secrets. And one of the prime products that you guys offer is a product known as Sta-Bil. And we talk about that on a nightly basis here. So here we are heading into the storage time of year. I'm about to put away my tractor. I'm about to put away my lawnmower and some of my lawn and gardening motorized equipment. Tell me a bit about Sta-Bil.
Yeah, so usually when people think of the Sta-Bil brand, they think of fall, which in a good portion of the country is storage season. Although we manufacture products to be used year-round, the main product Sta-Bil is really known for is our Sta-Bil storage. So that's the red liquid most commonly found on retailer shelves in our iconic measure chamber bottle. This formula keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years with our proprietary formula. While keeping the gas fresh is its main job, it also has industry-leading corrosion inhibitors, water removers, and fuel system cleaners. So this makes sure the entire system is protected whenever Sta-Bil's added to the tank. On our website, Sta-Bil.com, you can actually see the third-party test data showing our superiority over all the other fuel stabilizers on the shelf. And again, that's third-party data, not just some biased tests created to make Sta-Bil look good. So that's something we really pride ourselves on.
Well, tell me a bit about what is Sta-Bil about doing? I mean, we know I go to the gas pump and I purchase gas. I mean, maybe explain, gas doesn't last that long without going, what is the term? Stale, maybe? Stale or bad? Or
Yep, we usually say stale or bad. Yeah, that's one of the most common things we really hear is, even a little further than that, we hear, well, I use ethanol-free fuel, so I don't need any additives. Well, while ethanol-free fuel is definitely a benefit and the best way to go when storing small engine equipment or collector cars, that gasoline is still going to go bad. And the reason Sta-Bil's been around since 1958, which was way before ethanol-blended fuels have come into the scene, ethanol-free fuel still starts to degrade around that 90 days from the refinery, not even at the pump. So when it starts leaving the refinery, they put additives in there to stop the gas from going bad, but their additive package is only in there to keep it going not stale at the actual pump. Once it leaves that pump, they're not really too worried about it at that point.
Okay, so I would assume in most cases from the refinery to the pump. I mean, I know it has to go to the pipeline and from Colonial to wherever. Is it 10, 20 days? So it's probably pretty fresh when you get it.
Yeah, it's usually probably only a couple days old by the time it's actually reaching your gas station. I mean, that kind of differs too between gas stations, usually in rural areas. I mean, if there's a pump that's not getting used as often, you might be getting less fresh fuel somewhere where they're turning fuel a lot in a high volume area. That gas is probably going to be the freshest. Again, non-ethanol fuel would be the best to get, but it still goes bad. And that's usually within like a 90-day time period. Now, ethanol blended fuels, they'll actually begin to break down within about 30 days from the refinery. So that's got an even tighter window. But usually that's the most commonly found thing at gas stations these days. Plus, that's also the highest turning fuel at gas station these days.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know I don't know when the last time I've ever bought any kind of fuel that was non-ethanol. I mean, anytime I go to the pump, it's got a 10% or something. Nowadays, more and more 10 to 15% blend ethanol. So if I'm using that in my lawn equipment, my lawnmower, or my tractor, that goes bad pretty quickly, correct?
Right. And a lot of times people don't even realize, especially in like lawn equipment or things like that, most people aren't turning gas too quickly in lawn equipment unless they have a huge yard. Most people fill up that 5-gallon gas can, and that lasts them for at least 3 cuts of their lawn. So while that gas is sitting in that gas can, it's best to add Sta-Bil directly to the gas can. Then you don't got to worry, well, did I treat my trimmer? Did I treat my snow blower? Did I treat my lawnmower? Everything that gas can's being poured into is already treated with Stable, that you don't got to worry about which piece of equipment did I add it to.
Well, I buy gas. I'm a small homeowner, and I've got a lawn that I have a push mower, and I'll buy a couple gallons in the spring, and I'll use that throughout the whole summer. So are you telling me if I buy gas in, say, May, when I start my lawnmower, by July or August, it's already going stale?
Right. And I mean, one of the biggest comments we see on our social media pages is, well, I've ran gas that's older than 3 months and it works. We're not saying that right at that 30-day mark or right at that 90-day mark that all of a sudden your gas just quits. It just stops and doesn't work.
Right. It's not
what
overnight.
What we're saying is it's starting to go stale and your engine's not running as efficiently as it could be. And when it's not running as efficient as it could be, you're getting unwanted carbon deposits. Your engine's running a little bit rough. If you ever hear a neighbor that their mower's surging, you're hearing like a It's not that the grass is too high. It's that there's probably a little bit of gumminess in your carburetor, and it's not allowing the float to adjust correctly, and you're getting a weird exhaust noise because the engine's not running correctly.
So when I buy my gas in the spring, because I'm like a springtime, and I'm right now, I'm in the fall, and I'm about to put my lawnmower away. I'm going to have to mulch leaves a couple more times. Should I have treated my gas in the spring when I bought it? Or should I treat it when I'm putting it in my lawnmower to put it away for the winter or the fall months?
Yep, that's another common question we get. And as long as it's fresh fuel, so if you're only buying it in the spring, it is recommended that you would add Stable in the spring because the gas is only going to stay as fresh as when you add the Stable to it. No additive is going to bring freshness back to the fuel. Now, if you're getting to this fall season and you're just adding Stable, but you're using gas that was not treated with Stable from the spring, that's when we get consumer calls saying, well, I added Stable to the tank and it didn't work.
And
my engine didn't start in the spring.
It was already stale.
The next question we ask is, when did you buy that fuel? Well, I bought it in April. Well, it's only going to keep the gas as fresh as when you put it in there. So if it already was starting to degrade, you're not in a great spot.
So realistically, when I purchase my fuel in the springtime, when I first break out my mower and my tractor and all that, and my lawn equipment, I should treat it then so that it's treated throughout the summer months. And in the fall, maybe when I buy some fuel for the winter, it's still going to be good.
Correct. Yes. We've actually seen people make like little caddies that they put in with their gas cans in their truck so that they keep the bottle of Stable with it. So it reminds them every time they're filling up at the gas station, just to remind them to throw it in there as soon as they're getting it. We see people put specialized stickers on their gas cans saying add Stable. Some of our OEMs actually put it right on the gas tanks of their equipment to make sure you add Stable as soon as you're filling up. So yes, best practice is when you're filling up with fresh gas, that's when the Stable should be added.
Okay, so when I'm putting my stuff up now if I'm breaking out, this is the time of year where in a few weeks or months, I'm going to be breaking out potentially the snowblower. And I'm going to be using, if I have fuel in my snowblower from last year, the snowblower is not going to want to start? Is that what's going to happen?
I mean, depending how old and how it was stored,
putter kind of thing.
Yeah, you might need a little bit of starting fluid, but it should be okay as long as you're adding fresh fuel, and then that's when you would want to add your Stable as well.
Yes, but that's what I mean. If I had, here's the question: what the recommendation when I'm putting my lawnmower away now for the fall and the winter, or if I have my snowblower that I put away last fall or last spring, and I'm breaking it out now, should I have gas in my tank, or do you recommend emptying the tank and putting fresh fuel with Stable in to restart?
So we don't recommend having the tank empty. A lot of our OEMs also don't recommend this. They recommend keeping the tank at least 95% fuel full. That way there's room for expansion, just in case, it warms up, cools down, there's a little bit of room in there. And then also stored with an additive like Stable. Okay. The reason that they say not to run it dry is because, especially like in the older carburetors, metal gas tanks if you have any older equipment, and metal fuel lines, is the whole time that tank and everything is empty, you're leaving room for condensation to form. And once you get some condensation in there, that's when rust starts, and then you open up your carburetor and all the parts are rusty or your tank's rusty. Then you're putting fuel in, which is a solvent, and it's going to take all that rust off, and that's what's going to clog up your carburetor.
Because I've got neighbors that actually, I mean, my neighbor Jim, before he runs his mower the last time when he thinks he's done, and he puts a little bungee clip around his handle to make it run till it runs dry, puts it in the shed, and then tries to come out in the spring. So he's not doing the right thing.
Right. Yeah. We always recommend keeping it at least 95% full. Use an additive like Stable, and then you should have no problems. That's what the OEMs recommend too. So it's not just us trying to.
So I wondered about the fact that I know that if they tell you to keep your gas tank full in the car, and I wondered about lawn equipment. If you keep that, you want to keep that close to full so you don't get the water condensation in the winter months.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So I know Stable Storage is the one. That's the red bottle we're talking about right now. Now, on my counter, for those that watch via Facebook or YouTube, we have the Stable Storage. And there's a Stable Marine. I've got an uncle that owns a boat. That would be the Marine storage. Tell me the difference between what's a Stable Storage or a Stable Marine, or what's a 360 protection. I don't even know what that means.
So Stable Storage, although it just says storage, it doesn't say marine, anything like that. That could be used on anything that takes gas. So boats, jet skis, ATVs, UTVs, you name it. It can go anything that has a gasoline engine. The marine version is really for in-season use on your boat. So that has PEA fuel system cleaners, also has the corrosion inhibitors, and it has extra water removers just because you're usually in that marine environment. So we added extra water removers to get rid of any water that may get in the fuel. But that will also keep the gas fresh for up to a year. Now, the reason we also put some fuel stabilizers in that formula is because, again, people with boats, unless you live on a lake, probably aren't using all of that fuel in one trip. And if you are, that's fantastic, because you're still getting all these other benefits of the fuel system cleaner, the corrosion inhibitor, and the water remover. But for that person who's going to the lake and then pulling their boat back out and taking it home and doesn't know the next time they're going to be at the lake, at least you know the fuel that's in there is going to be stabilized the next time you go out.
So it could be a week or 2 weeks or a month. And the Stable Marine is going to keep it good.
Yeah, so that'll keep fuel fresh for up to a year. So even somebody who's using that religiously all the time, they don't need to add the storage product in the fall, because if they're just letting their boat sit for 5 months over the winter period, that fuel is going to be good the next year. They don't got to worry about it. They could just hit the lake and go have fun.
I gotcha. Okay. So then the other is, I have a bottle of, it's kind of an oranges 360 protection. What's that for?
So that's more for your everyday, so outdoor power equipment. That's your ATVs, UTVs. Really, again, anything that takes a gas engine, unless it's marine, the marine's more suited for you. That's, again, it's got the PEA fuel system cleaners, got the corrosion inhibitors, has the water removers, and then that will also stabilize fuel for up to a year. So this is kind of on the other side of the spectrum of all the toys you keep on the land to use as an everyday treatment when you're filling up throughout the spring and summer months. And again, if it's like something like an ATV, a UTV, maybe you use the UTV and pull it out to plow your driveway in the winter. At least you know it's going to start every time, be reliable for you. And then when you go to have fun with it again in the spring, it's going to start right up and you can go out, just fill up with fresh fuel, add more Stable, and keep on going down the road. The biggest benefit of both the 360 Marine and the 360 Protection is it's really designed to be used during the season. And when you look at the storage product, that's really the main reason that it's there, is to keep gas fresh. That's what the red storage product was designed in the 50s for, and that's what that's still for today. When you move over to the blue and the amber products, that's really made to be your everyday treatment and actually has a better treat rate than the storage product just because of that. So even though if you go up to the consumer shelf and you see storage is maybe a few dollars less than, let's say, the 360 Marine or the protection product. When you look at the treat rates on the back, really all the formulas kind of come out to the same cost per ounce.
Now, Sta-Bil has been around. I know I talk about Sta-Bil storage has been around for over 60 years. And there's probably a bunch of other type of things you can find on the shelf. What's the advantage of Sta-Bil versus, say, the competitors, the others out there?
Yeah, so unlike many other companies that are more marketing companies that just happen to sell additives, we really are a manufacturing facility that's been family-owned for over 90 years, who are enthusiasts who don't just put products out to put them out, but we put products out that we would personally use in our engines and trust. And our customers really never have to worry about if they're getting a quality product, as that's really what the company's been based on for the past 92 years we've been in business. And kind of going back to earlier, I mentioned the third-party test data. One thing we really pride ourselves on is we can beat our chest all day long and say we're the best. We have the best products. But unless somebody else proves it, our word, at least in my opinion, means nothing. I can say we have the greatest thing since sliced bread, but unless somebody else proves it, I don't think that really means much. So one thing we really pride ourselves in is once a year, usually, we'll take the competitive products off the shelf. We'll also buy one of our products off the shelf, and we send them in vials to a blind third-party test data center that's certified in ASTM testing. Mm-hmm. They'll take those blind vials. They don't know whose juice is whose. It's just marked A, B, C, D, E. They'll go through and do actually a corrosion test and a fuel stabilization test. And every year we outperform the competition huge. Like, it's not even close. So that's just something we really pride ourselves on.
That's the reason you use Sta-Bil versus the competitor. All right. So I know that Sta-Bil is a product of Gold Eagle. Gold Eagle is the parent company. Bob, I can't believe I went there and I'm searching through the website, and there's tons of things Gold Eagle can actually help me with. But if you buy the product through the Gold Eagle website, I do know that we've got a special promotion. If our listeners would like to order, they can use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout and get 15% off their entire order. Now, that's not just Sta-Bil products, right? You've got a 303 line of products. I was looking, I couldn't believe I just found out I've got kitty cats that want to scratch on my car, my couch. You have a line of products that actually are helping to keep the pet from scratching from your couch.
Yeah, so we have our Trinova line of products, which is mostly home and pet care. So they make everything from granite cleaners to granite sealers to pet stain removers to pet stain finding flashlights.
I need a bunch of those. I need a bunch of those. So, yeah, how about the 303 products? That is like, that's your polishing and waxing and products?
Yep, so anything to clean and protect the interior and exterior of your car. We also have 303 really grew up and created its brand in the marine industry, so we also have a bunch of marine products. And then they're also endorsed by Sunbrella Fabrics to retreat all of your outdoor patio furniture. So if you have a Sunbrella fabric that you realize is losing its water repellency, we have the formula that retreats those fabrics to bring back the water beating on any outdoor fabrics. So The 303 brand goes across automotive, marine, and then outdoor patio.
There's so much we could talk about, Bob, but I mean, I just realized, I didn't realize until just recently, we've had this combination of Hot Shot Secret and Gold Eagle that came on board, and that's the reason I'm here right now. I guess I need to learn a bit more about the products, but otherwise, the 303, that's spit shine and everything, right? That's making everything look good on the exterior. And the Sta-Bil is keeping the gas fresh. And you've got products for other things as well, all kinds of additives.
Yep, Sta-Bil has some new bike cleaning products out as well for bikers. We got kind of all kinds of stuff.
Well, again, it's the time of year where I'm going to be putting away my mower. I hate to say it, but yeah, and I'm going to break out the snow blower, so stay-bill storage. And again, you said the best time to treat that gas is before I put it in to the system, not 6 months later.
Correct. Yep. As soon as you can do it, while that fuel is the freshest it can be, that's the best time to do it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, Bob, anything I've missed? Any questions that I need to ask you or you have for me? Or
No, I don't think so. I think we're good.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out to join us here on the late night, early morning hours, as we call it, here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Any special plans for your winter months in Chicago? It ain't going to be long.
No, it already dropped. We were in the 80s last week and we're down to the 40s this week. So it was a quick drop. Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Bob. I appreciate you joining me here this morning, and you have a great morning.
All righty. You too. Thanks, Steve.
And we'll be back with more after this. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. There you go. So we're up to speed. Thank you so much, Bob Galuka. And back to regular programming. I see Andrew chimed in here a little bit ago. It's been a while since we've heard from you, Andrew. You're going to have to stop by and say hello at the Home 20. Hope you're doing well. How's the whole fam? How many kids you up to now? Last I checked, I think you had 6. You got the whole crew. We'll hear from Buckeye Boy. What's going on the West Coast? Checking in from Pleasanton, California. This early Tuesday morning, or late Monday night in his case. Apparently made his delivery in Compton this morning. Had to take I-5 north to go around the I-10. Which, yeah, we need to give the update on that. That's potentially going to be shut down for an extended period of time in California. And the big homeless camp that was set up underneath the 10, the overpass there, caught fire. Big time damage. So we'll be back with more after this news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu mentioned on NBC's Meet the Press that there could be a potential deal underway for the release of more hostages held by Hamas.
We weren't close at all until we started the ground operation. We heard that there's an impending deal of this kind or of that kind, and then we learned that it was all hokum. It was nothing.
He refrained from providing specific details, emphasizing that the less he says, the better the chances are of a successful deal. A Secret Service agent responsible for safeguarding President Biden's granddaughter fired shots at individuals attempting to break into an unmarked agency vehicle. The federal agent fired shots, prompting the suspects to flee the scene. The restoration and reopening of the I-10 in downtown Los Angeles, which was damaged by a weekend fire, has not been officially determined. Los Angeles authorities are recommending commuters to consider using public transit or working from home. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you so much. Let me get back, finish up with Buckeye Boy. And I've got the full update here about the I-10. We'll pass that on in a moment. Anyway, said he had a great visit with his niece and her family. Got a delivery the day ahead. Yeah, 11:12 if I can find it. It's such a new location. It's not even in any of my GPS devices or apps. I'm going to have to actually call for directions. Heard on your news last night, retailers are expecting a record year on spending this year for Thanksgiving and Christmas. No duh. Is that not to be expected when everything cost 30% more? I hadn't really thought of it along that line. Yeah, because the headlines are holiday spending is supposed to be up, but yeah, you could buy less than you bought last year as far as quantity and spend more than you did to get that, right? All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Pretty incredible. Yes, it was a homeless encampment beneath an underpass in downtown Los Angeles that shut down the 10 freeway. At this point, they don't know when, indefinitely. This was over the weekend, Saturday. A couple of storage areas that were beneath the freeway that also hosted a sprawling homeless encampment. This ultimately closed westbound and eastbound lanes of the busy freeway between Alameda Street and Santa Fe Avenue. Big-time impacts, though, on traffic in the area. They held a news conference Sunday. There is no timetable at this point for reopening. All we know is the mayor said expect it to be closed for some time. Unfortunately, there's no reason to think this is going to be over in a couple of days. We're going to have to come together and cooperate until the freeway. The question is, can they shore it up, or is the damage to the point where they're actually going to have to tear the damn thing down and rebuild? Governor Newsom's declared a state of emergency to expedite the repairs, noting the anxiety of millions and millions that live in the region there. Roughly 300,000 vehicles travel the 10 daily. As to when it can reopen, the LA Times described the process like this. Several things must occur before construction can begin, starting with an investigation into the cause of the fire, which they did complete that investigation this past day. I can tell you they have determined it was arson. They didn't give a lot of details, but yes, the investigation it was definitely an arson incident. Now, mitigation of hazardous materials also has to be completed before a detailed structural analysis of the damaged portions. Engineers will be inspecting the columns and the bridge deck. This could be the most notable freeway closure in the Southland since the 1994 Northridge earthquake buckled portions of the 10. The shutdown is expected to increase congestion on the adjacent freeways where everything is being diverted, like, as Buckeye Boy yesterday had to take the I-5, impacting the 110 and the 710 as well. Transportation Secretary in California said the repairs will be a big-time challenge. This is not going to be an easy task for the structural engineers at Caltrans. I remember the similar situation. LA had a massive wildfire in 2017 that also sparked from a homeless encampment burning through wealthy neighborhoods. Millions upon millions of dollars in damage occurred in that incident. So they're yet to determine if they can fix it or if they have to tear it down and start from scratch, which that would be pretty big. So our major airlines, Transportation Security Administration this past day, talking about record air travel as Thanksgiving approaches. Airlines for America, an industry group representing American Airlines, United, Delta, and others, forecasting 29.9 million passengers between the 17th and the 27th. That would be an all-time high and up 9% over the same period last year. Last year, we saw a lot of travelers because so many had been confined and unable to travel during the pandemic for 2 or 3 years. So it's big-time travel. TSA said in the 12-day period ending November 28th, the forecast screening 30 million passengers, and they do expect to set the biggest ever one-day screening during the Thanksgiving holiday period. Airlines for America says November the 26th will be a record-setting air travel day. 3.2 million passengers expected. U.S. airlines are offering 253,000 additional seats per day on average over what they had available last year. Now, this despite airline flight cuts to New York airports where they have air traffic controller staffing issues. The Federal Aviation Administration, citing air traffic controller staffing issues, extended cuts to minimum flight requirements at some of our congested New York City area airports through October of next year. JetBlue Airways on October 25th told Congress they were ending service between Burlington, Vermont, and New York's JFK Airport, saying the primary driver is the FAA's ongoing air traffic control staff challenges. Now, what's that mean? Under minimum flight requirements, airlines can lose their takeoff and landing slots at congested airports if they don't use them at least 80% of the time. The waiver allows airlines to not fly some flights and still retain some slots. But apparently big-time staffing challenges, which is posing risk to air traffic operations. Summer of last year, there were 41,498 flights from New York airports, which ATC staffing was a contributing factor in delays. New York terminal radar approach control staffing was at 54%. I mean, just over half of what they needed for smooth operations. It is 844-844-3388. 5-7 joins us. How'd things go with the doc this past morning? Everything good?
Yeah, couldn't tell you. She did it to me again. I got her up at 5 a.m. She normally gets up around 9. Got her up at 5 a.m. Did you make my coffee? Yeah, I make your coffee. That's what a husband does, throw in, breakfast and everything, coffee. And she wants her Nutter butter. She likes them Nutter, chocolate-covered biscuits, whatever. So I get that for her, and then she starts reading this paper that tells her that she's not supposed to eat any chocolate or drink coffee. So, boom, it's about time to leave. She said, I can't go, so she calls cancel. So that was it.
Really?
That was
last-minute cancellation. Good golly.
Hey, she's done it before. She does not like this heart doctor. This one here was supposed to speed her heart up and check it. And she just absolutely doesn't like this woman at all. So, it was going to be early. I was going to take her to Walmart. And, I like her to pick out her girly stuff, things that women like, and then I do some basic shopping. So I said, so about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock or I'll go ahead and do my shopping and get that out of the way. The mill was working over the weekend, so there was no load sitting there. It just worked out perfect. And there it was, open. I said, why not? Since next week I'm going to be on vacation, so I go to the nail salon. There's 3 Vietnamese women in there. And, she go, pedicure. Yeah, when I get in there, oh my gosh. I get in there. Have you ever had one done?
I have not. No, have not.
Oh, you got to. Take the princess and go get it done together. Well, I'm sitting in the chair, and this Asian woman is just rubbing on my Renegade calls me. Well, I'm having involuntary things come out of my mouth on the phone. And Renegade, I'll have to call you back, buddy. And at the same time, well, her Rick Friend called me. And by that time, my left foot's getting nice limbered up. I'm not moaning as bad. So I pick up the phone, call Rick, and told Rick, I'm in here getting a pedicure, and he started laughing. About that time, she starts working on my right foot. And I'm going, I'm a bit ticklish. And she puts her fingers between my toes and twists my feet back and forth. Oh, my God. I go, I said, Rick, I'm getting a pedicure. I'll call you back later. I get back to the house. I told Renegade what happened. I'm sorry to hang up on you there, but it just, when things come out of your mouth, you ain't got control over. And I said, but by God, I felt like I could skip across the parking lot barefoot. My feet felt so limber and loose. And Renegade says, you going to tell Sue? And I said, sure. I walk in, tell Sue. I said, I went and got a pedicure because of going on vacation next week. I might be caught barefooted up at the kids' house. And she's fine. How much it cost? Well, I paid $50 for the pedicure and gave the woman $10 for a tip. That's it. I feel like I spent the morning in a brothel. because there's no way a man can come out any other way and feel that good when a woman has her hands on you and not feel guilty about some way or the other. And my wife looks at me and she just looks at my feet and she goes, "That's all right, honey. You deserve it." I love that woman. 41 years of marriage, I tell you. So if you get a chance, take Princess. Go get it done. I mean, really, it is what it is. Hey, I am not challenged by my masculinity. I know what
Well, I was about to say, I'm venturing a guess that there are those out there calling for the man card to be revoked.
And no, sir. Nope. My man card's still there. You know, when a girl walks by that long hair, I'm gonna, I'll be looking. But hey, listen, I don't go to hoity-toities drinking wine and eat cheese with my fingers stuck out like somebody else.
I do, nor do I. Nor do I.
All right, buddy. We'll be talking. Got a couple more days for the holidays, and I'm all into it now. So I can walk around barefoot. I'll be in West Virginia, where it'll probably be too cold to take the shoes off.
There you go. Yeah, well, watch out this time of year when the leaves start coming down and the dog craps out in the yard. You don't know what you're going to step in out there. Just be aware. All right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hello to Deborah, checking in here on a Tuesday. Good morning, Steve. It's a rather chilly 33 at this hour. It's supposed to warm up to about 63 later in the day. There are 333 days left till our cruise. Everybody stay safe out there, especially my special driver. And have a terrific Tuesday. Thank you, Deborah. Good to have you on board. Hope your week's off to a good start. Verse 844-844-3388. Going back early in the college football season. Remember out of the box all the hype, that with the accolades being showered down on Deion Sanders, Coach Prime. Things have done a complete turnaround with a 5th straight loss. This past Friday night at Washington State, Deion Sanders can now wrap up last place in the Pac-12 conference. Yes, Colorado's 34-31 loss to Arizona Saturday made the Buffaloes last place bowl eligible. Colorado versus WSU is the brawl for it all, a clash between the West Coast two worst major college teams. The Cougars at 4 wins, 6 losses, 1-6 in conference, are riding a 6-game losing streak into the showdown, just like the Buffaloes, who are 4-6, 1-6 in conference play. Washington State relies on a one-dimensional all-pass offense to compensate for a defense that gives up more than 30 points per game in league play. Either way, Friday's loser will finish the season with no more than 2 Pac-12 wins, which would guarantee them, the team, at least a share of last place. A loss Friday would make Colorado a heavy favorite to own last place outright, considering it finishes the season traveling to 16th ranked Utah. The Coach Prime miracle turnaround in Boulder has a good chance of landing in the exact same spot as Carl Dorrell's last CU team, which was looking up at every other team in the conference. That would be quite an accomplishment for Coach Prime. The corporate, the social media's leading candidate earlier in the season to be National Coach of the Year. No coach in Power 5 history has ever garnered the level of hype and worship that was showered on Coach Prime, while never rising above his conference's cellar. They're not still giving accolades, are they? It's that early season. They were off to a raucous, I thought they were off to a great start, but 5 straight? Looking at maybe now 6 consecutive loss coming up this weekend. What do you say, Pappy? Pappy, back to work night.
Yeah, back to work. I got to get off here Tuesday, but hey, real quick, you're talking about the airline industry. Steve, I missed a little bit of the show here, but I saw some interviews with some retired airline controllers. They're in a world of hurt. They're talking about this could affect air traffic significantly in the future. Started before the Obama administration, but after the Obama administration even, I guess with all this affirmative action, technically it started after Reagan fired
the controllers. Yep.
The air traffic controllers back in the day there.
Yep.
But apparently the government is keeping hush-hush the near misses that are happening in our airways. I don't know if you want to call it a conspiracy theory or what, Steve. I'm not, They seem to think, I think I mentioned to you this before on the show a few months ago, that not only do they want the electric cars to go away, they want the airline industry to go away, believe it or not. So, I don't know, do some digging, man. See what you can dig up about air traffic controllers.
Okay.
See if you can find anything. But the interviews I saw with these two guys, oh man, Steve, they're just putting a dim outlook on the future for the airline industry.
Wow. Okay.
Obviously, if you could imagine that's a stressful job. And a lot of the people that they've trained and lost over the years, I guess they say to really become a proficient, well-rounded air traffic controller, you're talking like 20 years. What these guys were saying. And they're losing all that. They don't have these air traffic controllers that have been around for 20 and 30 years. he said that there were so many near misses in the last 5 years that they're trying to keep hush-hush. And if they don't get a grip on this and do something about it, we could see some air disasters.
Yeah, it's been, I knew, knock on wood, it's been a while. It's, you go into, they seem to kind of come in spurts, but yeah, I mean, one incident can be hundreds of lives.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I thought it was interesting, but see what you can dig up on it. Man, I got to go. You're coming up on a break, too. So all you nocturnals, be safe, hammer down. I'll try, if I can, I'll try to call in later tomorrow night or something.
All right, thank you much. All right, appreciate it, Pappy. You got about a minute before news break, and I do see the Associated Press here just a couple days ago headlining the fact that numerous close calls. So, the top U.S. accident investigator, according to the headline, says close calls between planes show that aviation is under stress. So, yeah, well, thanks for the heads up, Pappy. We'll maybe pull up, as we like to say, the rest of the story. Who we got coming up here? Hey, well, it's too early for Mike. It's only a Tuesday. Horse feathers. We'll see what day it is. And, of course, room for you at 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu mentioned on NBC's Meet the Press that there could be a potential deal underway for the release of more hostages held by Hamas.
We weren't close at all until we started the ground operation. We heard that there was an impending deal of this kind or of that kind, and then we learned that it was all hokum. It was nothing.
He refrained from providing specific details, emphasizing that the less he says, the better the chances are of a successful deal. This comes in response to reports suggesting a possible agreement involving the release of approximately 80 women, children, and elderly individuals currently held captive. A Secret Service agent responsible for safeguarding President Biden's granddaughter fired shots at individuals attempting to break into an unmarked agency vehicle. CNN reporting that the involved agent was part of Naomi Biden's security detail. Secret Service personnel observed 3 individuals breaking a window on a parked and unoccupied vehicle in Georgetown late on Sunday night. The federal agent fired shots, prompting the suspects to flee the scene. The restoration and reopening of the I-10 in downtown Los Angeles, which was damaged by a weekend fire, has not been officially determined. Los Angeles authorities are recommending commuters to consider using public transit, exploring alternative routes, or working from home until the affected section of the I-10 becomes operational again. Work on the Rockefeller Christmas tree is underway. Lance Pry has the details.
Crews are starting to decorate the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree in New York City. The 80-foot-tall Norway spruce will be decked out with more than 50,000 LED lights and topped with a 9-foot, 900-pound star with points in all directions. It will be covered in 3 million crystals. The lighting will take place in roughly 2.5 weeks. On Wednesday the 29th, Kelly Clarkson will be the MC for the festivities.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to OmahaSteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to OmahaSteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is suspending his presidential campaign. Scott made the announcement in an interview with Fox News on Sunday. Major players in the tech industry are unveiling a new wave of workforce reductions.
Amazon is downsizing its music division, contributing to this year's global layoffs exceeding 27,000 employees. The most recent job cuts are impacting workers in Latin America, North America, and Europe. Simultaneously, Google is set to reduce its staff in the consumer services department. Social media firm Snap is streamlining its workforce, parting ways with nearly 20 product managers, and housing website Zillow is letting go of nearly 24 employees across various teams. I'm John Schaefer.
Projections against artificial intelligence, increased pay for background actors are among the issues that were addressed in the agreement between the Actors Union and studios. Two sides agree to consent and compensate related to AI-generated replicas of SAG and AFTRA members. Moody's Investor Service is cutting its outlook on the country's credit rating to negative, down from stable. The change was made Friday, citing high interest rates and doubts about the government being able to implement effective fiscal policy. Moody's still has the debt rating at AAA, the only one of 3 major credit rating agencies to do so. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. That's the green light. We're go for another hour as we make our way into the 14th of November. Philip brought it up last evening, and I did come from space.com this past day. The next Starship test launch could lift off as early as this Friday. It says here, pending regulatory approval from the FAA and other agencies. This would be from the test site near Boca Chica, near Brownsville, Texas. It would be the second test flight of the Starship and the Super Heavy booster, the largest, most powerful rocket ever built. The tweet, or the post on X, Starship is preparing to launch as early as November 17, pending final regulatory approval. Elon Musk added that whether or not Starship launches this month will hinge on government approval for the test flight. Assuming regulatory approval, the Starship in Super Heavy is the world's tallest, most powerful rocket, stands nearly 400 feet tall, lift capacity at 165 tons, designed to be fully reusable. This is someday expected to be the workhorse heavy lift launcher. Someday maybe used for deep space missions. They've already sold flights around the moon to space tourists, but they got to get it working first. First, Starship and the booster has to prove they are ready for orbital flight. That's what the test is all about. For the upcoming test flight, they have modified the stage separation process using what they call a hot stages process, where the upper stage will fire its engines while still attached to the Super Heavy first stage, which is kind of an odd scenario. Engineers have, they tell us, developed a new venting system that will allow for that process, which they showed that off on a new video on YouTube. This second flight will pretty much follow the same plan as the first test, where they were launching towards a target splashdown site off the coast of Hawaii to test re-entry and landing techniques. The Super Heavy booster will make a splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico if all goes according to plan. Of course, that first test back in April ended up with a controlled destruction of the rocket, as the stage separation did not go off as anticipated. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, I think Philip was saying something about that last night there, about having the flight termination installed on it there, because that's only good for a certain amount of time. I guess, it's got to be some sort of dynamite or TNT or something that's got nitroglycerin that's got a shelf life or something that, so anyways, looking forward to that. So where are we going here? So the airlines, air traffic controllers and that, so without enough of them, of course, you can't have planes flying. Now, didn't we just get 87,000
IRS agents
people there for the IRS
yeah, agents? We did.
Can't we just move? When Reagan, the air traffic controllers went on strike for Reagan, he's like, okay, you're all fired. Now we got replacements to come in to replace as much as we could, and they were working at about 50% or something at that point. But I mean, can we bring some of these people from a different government agency? You know, you got those extra 87,000 there for the IRS. Can some of them come over and say, hey, you know, plane A, you're going to run into plane B if you don't pull up, and the other one go down and turn left, turn right? I don't know. But the air traffic controllers now, do they actually do the ground control as well? So, because I know there's almost as many or more misses and near misses that happen on the ground, on the taxiways and runways and getting around the airports to take off. I don't know exactly where air traffic control has control and where, if there's a ground control or how all that works. I don't know. But my pay grade, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All I do is drive a truck out here. As long as the light's green in front of me, I'm going. Don't be coming through a red light. Anyway, but so the other thing about, as Pappy was saying about them not wanting planes, they want this country to move on rail, Your Honor. They think high-speed rail is the way to move people, and that's, you know, if you look at a lot of things, there's a lot of, they're actually working on this corridor on the East Coast now to try to, of course, that's the one that our fearless leader, you know, rode back and forth to Washington for 40 years from Delaware to Washington. Was the Amtrak here that's a profit. Oh, wait a minute! It's never made a profit. It's always been it's always been an anchor on the government.
It's a money sucking machine.
Exactly. So where do you think high speed rail's ever going to go? Anyways, but so how come we don't have Pete Buttigieg running out there to California for the I-10? Isn't he the transportation guy? Shouldn't he be out there supervising this I-10 deal? Because that's a interstate highway. I mean, I know, like, when the governors do the exemption of the hours of service or weight or something, we're allowed to do things on the state highways, but we're not allowed to take it out on the interstate, Your Honor. So like this last exemption that you were talking about, and I forget exactly where it was, the governor, you know, made his deal there and said, you know, for 30 days, but as you read, it was only for the state highways. They were allowed 90,000 pounds, but you can't get on the interstate with the 90,000 pounds with that exemption. So because they're interstate, so shouldn't the federal, you know, guy be out there looking at the? Oh, wait a minute, maybe he doesn't know what he's looking at when he gets there. I don't know, but anyways. Oh, and the deal with the fire there and all that disaster and being arson. Now, did you hear anything about up in northern central Pennsylvania? There's a racetrack up there, and it's right on the New York border. I believe it's Tioga County there, and they had an arson fire there and with a racehorse barn and actually killed 12 of the racehorses. Didn't know if you heard about that one at all.
I can't say that I was that recently. I didn't see a thing about
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that on our local Pennsylvania radio this morning there. So I'm assuming it's within the last week. I don't know. I don't get my news all up to date, current enough as it is most of the time, other than what I get from you, Your Honor. So, anyways, but I don't know. Had something else, but just trying to keep track of all that other stuff and listening to you about the rocket. So I did miss the very beginning of the interview with Bob there from Gold Eagle Stable. And that.
Yeah.
What's his position? What was his position out there with them? I'm sure you went over that in the very beginning of the interview.
I don't think we actually did break that. He's like brand product manager. He knows all the products across the line, the pet products, the car care, the waxes, polishes, the stay bills. He's all about the brand marketing, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, it's very, very knowledgeable. It's a very, very good interview there. So it's good to hear that and get a little more information from them, of course, all the time. So anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. I don't know. We got some good propane season started here, but it sounds like we're going to get one of them Indian summers or something. We just had a good hard freeze last night. We were down like 23 degrees here in Maryland, Your Honor. What's up with that? I guess we got to get a good hard freeze now. Now can we get Indian summer or something like that? Is that
Right.
how that works?
Yep, that's what the anticipation is.
All right, so what? We're only supposed to be back up in the 60s, right? Because I heard you talking something about 70s or 80s somewhere. People are getting record temperatures.
And that's going to be all the way up. I mean, places like Minnesota, Wisconsin, believe it or not, the North Central, all the way up toward the U.S.-Canadian border, warming up. Let me see. Here was the update from late Monday afternoon. State officials saying the weekend fire that heavily damaged that elevated stretch of I-10 downtown L.A., forcing the indefinite closure, was found by investigators to have been deliberately set. The arson ruling in the blaze that engulfed a portion of the Santa Monica Freeway early Friday was revealed by California Governor Newsom and the state fire marshal at an afternoon news conference, telling reporters, "We have been able to confidently determine the fire was caused by arson," adding investigators were seeking the public's help to identify the person or persons who were responsible. He didn't give any more details about how they reached the conclusion or about how precisely the fire was ignited. But, of course, 2 days after the fire, transportation officials says they still have yet to determine whether this stricken portion of the freeway can be repaired or will they have to actually demolish and rebuild. But the intense flames charred support columns and the freeway deck. It spread through at least 2 storage yards that were filled with stacks of wooden pallets and containers underneath the overpass. It took 164 firefighters from 26 fire companies several hours to put out that blaze. Now, no connection was immediately found between the fire and another nearby homeless encampment that the mayor said earlier in the day, adding that 16 people found there had since been placed into housing. So fires at 2 separate homeless camps. Despite the traffic concerns, Transportation Department said many motorists seem to be minding the advisories, using them away from the downtown streets, and using public transit or working from home when possible. Congestion was a little better than normal. But even so, the roads around downtown jam-packed, and even minor traffic accidents quickly amplify into gridlock. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So hello to Charlene. I'm sorry, it's Darlene, not Charlene. Darlene, good to have you on board. Bourbon Street Gary checks in. Hello, Gary. Hope all's going well. Rick in Columbus, feeling better, right? I'm glad, I guess surgery went well. Yeah, back at the home 20. All right. Rick is on board on that first cup of coffee, right? Go Buckeyes. Philip checks in. What's happening in Florida this morning?
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
Hey, I got to answer the Horse Feathers question there. When you get in an airplane, you're backing out of the gate. By the time you get from backing out of that gate to where you land at, that pilot has talked to about 4 to 5 different controllers before you get to where you're going. There is ground controllers that control the planes until they get out to the runway. They control the taxiways. Then the airplane takes off. There is a controller that sends the plane on its way, on its takeoff. Then after you get up into the air, they break the country up into sections, and they call them centers. And you jump from one center to another one. And once you go from one to the other one, depending on where you're going, depends on how many controllers you're going to talk to. If you go international, you could be probably close to 7 or 8 different controllers that you'll talk to. You're going. And the sequence follows the same thing when you land. When you land, they put you into the pattern. You go from the center to the pattern. When you get into the pattern, then you go to land, and then you get back on with the ground control, and the ground controller tells you where to taxi at to go to the gate. So there's a lot of things in the process of when you're on the air traffic controls. It isn't just like some guy sitting behind a radar like what you saw with the John Candy thing in that movie, with the fly. And oh my God, it isn't like one of those things. I mean, it's like there's a bunch of pieces in the puzzle that you have to put together the right way. Now, my opinion of the deal with the air traffic controllers is just the amount of volume of airplanes that are up there now. Obviously we've seen that during 9/11, 2001, when they grounded all airplanes. You remember that, Steve?
Absolutely. It was eerie.
They had it was eerie. And I actually drove by O'Hare Airport on 9/11 on my way home from work that day on my run back. And there was 350 big planes. Now, I'm not talking little planes. 350 big planes. Think about all these big airliners you see sitting there. There's 350 of those sitting on the ground when I went by O'Hare, and it was crazy. It was like something, it was almost like going out to Arizona and seeing an airplane junkyard, when you see all these big planes sitting there. So there's a lot of things that happen in air traffic control, and just the sheer volume of flights that we have now is crazy. You think about just passenger flights alone, how many take off. O'Hare has, I want to say, 4 to 6 active runways at any given time now. And when I was in Illinois, O'Hare had 3. So they've pretty much doubled the size of active takeoffs and landings at one time. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff moving. And not to mention all the stuff that's on the ground that's moving around. And then you've got the pattern. The pattern is full of planes. So you've got to coordinate all that stuff together. That's a lot of things that have to happen. Now we're talking about cargo. So think about this with O'Hare. You've got passenger flights as well as cargo flights coming in. I mean, I know there's a lot of drivers out there that have heard the name Elk Grove Village. That is the actual city that is right behind O'Hare, where most of the freight in America moves across. And there's it's a lot of things there that happen with freight. That if you would, the Amazon shipments and eBay, everything, it goes right across there, and it's a pretty intricate thing. It's something we need to pay attention to. But it's just like space flight. The more of it, the more stuff just keeps going and going. It's just more airplanes. We got to cut that down a little bit with these air traffic controllers because we don't have enough people to control it now. And that's what the problem is. We went, back in the 50s and the 60s, there wasn't nobody hardly. There was a guy in a tower, and that was it. And that was the pattern. You took off, and that was it. Now you're getting into the 70s. You're getting into more of the technologies coming in more. You got more things going on. Planes are getting bigger. That's another thing, Steve. How you've seen the size of some of these airplanes now. Look at the Airbus and that 747. That plane is supposed to have been obsolete a long time ago, but what's funny is they keep flying it. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So something we got to look at. I appreciate you talking about the Starship. If you're wondering how that system works on the Starship, there's actually a ring that separates the booster and the Starship. And it's got holes that are in it, and what it does is it gives the ability to where they can spool the engines up. Now, there's a difference there. We're talking spool the engines up. We're not going to do it at full thrust while we're still hooked up with the booster. You're just going to spool the engines up, get them started, get it going, and then separate. And that was developed by the Russians, believe it or not, Steve. They used it in their rockets for many years.
Because, typically when you see those engines ignite, it's just like a massive burst, obviously, with all that fuel being burned off. So it's not going to be that kind of a case. They'll just kind of get them fired up and spooled up, as you say, and then they'll hit them with all the juice once the separation takes place.
Absolutely. So what you're going to do is you're going to basically, we know what a turbo is. Most of our guys out there driving a truck know what a turbo is. Well, believe it or not, rocket engines have turbos, but they're big. They're huge. You have to spin those turbos up to get the system going, and you have to spin everything up, spool it up to get it going, to get the boost. It's just like in a turbo. You always hear it in the movies or when you watch these guys talking about got to get more boost, got to get more boost. Well, you got to build it up, and that's what he's doing. He's going to build up the boost before the vehicle separates. When the vehicle separates, then you let the boost go, and it goes where it needs to go.
Makes sense.
Now, I saw something that I found out the other day that's really interesting. How are we going to get to Mars in these things?
Mm-hmm. Hey, but we got to pause there because the clock says we got to do a news break. You know the drill. Back after this.
USA News Update. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu mentioned on NBC's Meet the Press that there could be a potential deal underway for the release of more hostages held by Hamas.
We weren't close at all until we started the ground operation. We heard that there's an impending deal of this kind or of that kind, and then we learned that it was all hokum. It was nothing.
He refrained from providing specific details, emphasizing that the less he says, the better the chances are of a successful deal. A Secret Service agent responsible for safeguarding President Biden's granddaughter fired shots at individuals attempting to break into an unmarked agency vehicle. The federal agent fired shots, prompting the suspects to flee the scene. The restoration and reopening of the I-10 in downtown Los Angeles, which was damaged by a weekend fire, has not been officially determined. Los Angeles authorities are recommending commuters to consider using public transit or working from home. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Shorty was dropping some tidbits as he typically does on events from like this date in history. Here we got 14th day of November. I'm taking the irony. It was this date, November 14, 2012. Israel launches a major military operation in the Gaza Strip as hostilities with Hamas escalate. See, we've been here before. We've been through this cycle. How many times over the years? You have a major operation. If memory serves, 2012, they did have an incursion where they went partially into the Gaza, ground forces, tanks, all that good stuff. And the That eventually they back out and they said, all right, I hope you got the message this time. Don't pull this crap again. Because it started pretty much similarly to the way it did on October the 7th of this year. They start launching a barrage of rockets into Israel. Now, at the time, the Iron Dome was in place. The Iron Dome was able to take out an overwhelming majority of those rockets they had launched. Now, basically what they did between 2012 and 2023 was restock, resupply, learn from how things occurred in 2012, that when they start launching their barrage of rockets, what they learned was, let's just start off with a boatload of these probably unguided, very inaccurate dummy rockets to the tune of thousands to overwhelm the Iron Dome. And when the Iron Dome is stretched thin, then they start launching some of their more precision guided rockets into Israel. That's exactly what they did. I mean, in the first, 24, 48 hours, something like 5,000 rockets were launched, and they haven't stopped since. The number had now exceeded 10,000 rockets launched from Hamas into Israel since October the 7th of this year. Been there, done that. I think this time around, Israel saying you have to pretty much go in and wipe them out. Because if you don't, give it another 5 years, 10 years, you'll be right back doing it again. And that was promised by the Hamas leadership. October 7 events will continue pretty much forever is the way they made it sound. And I just thought I'd throw that in. Now back to Philip there in Florida, where you left off talking about the Starship and how are we going to use this thing for like missions to Mars, you were saying.
Okay, so the ship that's getting ready to launch, hopefully it'll be this Friday. We'll see. It depends on what's going on with the FAA and all those folks. But the ship after that, well, it's 25 that's going to launch. Ship number's 25. The next one in the line is 26. And 26 is being tested right now. Now, it is a different variant of the Starship. It doesn't have all the fins and all that stuff on it like you see with this one. Elon, I wondered how is he going to get this thing to Mars? And I'm like, because you can't run fuel forever, Steve. I mean, sometimes fuel's going to run out somewhere. It's got to. So this ship 26, if you look at it and you look at the renderings that Elon had put out there about his vision for this thing, he is going to shoot tankers up. So you'll have Starship variants that are tankers that are going to be strategically placed in different places. So when the Starship is going to Mars, it's going to hook up with a tanker periodically and refuel. Now this ship 26 is one of those prototypes for those tankers. It's got the look, and he's probably getting ready to test that too, so he can get those tankers going. So I mean, he's a pretty smart guy with what he's doing and what they're doing out there. The thing is, they still got to get the FAA and Fish and Wildlife's blessing before they can launch, and hopefully they can get it off. I mean, they're talking possibly Monday. I mean, there was even talk about another DSAC because they had to do some other things. Now, getting into, you talked about the X-37B yesterday.
Right,
Steve?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the X-37 a little bit. X-37 is no more different than a small space shuttle. We called it the baby shuttle over here in Florida. That's what we called it. And they had a variant for that. That was the X-37A. That was the very first one. Okay. Did it ever show up in a shuttle? Can't tell you, never know. There was actually a few shuttle missions that nobody knew about that showed the launch, but after that, there was nothing else said about because that was Air Force missions that were top secret that they actually did. Okay? Now, did they haul up this little X-37? Don't know. But I know one thing. When that thing comes back, it's loud. It's loud as heck. And I mean, it's a little small thing. It's about the size of a car, this thing is. But it's got a lot of capabilities that could be used to work on satellites. I don't know if that actually happened or not. They can be used to work on space stations. It can be used to different things. It's just a smaller vehicle, and that's what's going up in the Falcon Heavy. They're going to put it in the big rocket. SpaceX is going to put it in the big rocket. Hey, if Elon can launch a Tesla into space, he sure could take the X-37B up there. So, I mean, that's about the same size as the car that he put up there. I don't know if it's still up there or not. I think the sun burned it up. But, you know, it's a neat little tool. It's basically a tool that they learned how to work on autonomous operations, Steve. That X-37 helped a lot with learning how to control vehicles in space autonomously. And we're seeing that today with SpaceX rockets. When they're going to the space station, those are not flown by the crew unless they go into a manual mode. Everything is plug and play, take off, and it goes right to where you need to go.
Wow.
So, but getting on the deal with Israel, I think Israel had the plan in place. It's been in place for many years, and all they needed to do was somebody to pull the trigger. And the trigger was pulled with all these rockets and all the stuff that went on in October. And it was just, Katie, bar the door, let's go. We've got everything in place, let's do it. It was just waiting for Hamas to do whatever they needed to do. And they did it. The problem with Hamas is they're going to run out of stuff. There is no way they can eventually get that much equipment and stuff from Iran or whoever's supplying them. I don't think so. But Israel has a better supply route than they do. I mean, there's all kinds of technology that's coming out now, Steve, with even tanks. I seen a tank the other day, Steve, with an excavator arm on it that they could clear a forward path for tanks to come in with one tank. And it's the size of an armored personnel carrier. And it's got a bulldozer blade on the front, and it's got an excavator bucket on the front too as well. They could go in and just destroy a line and go right through it. And it's called the Kodiak, Panzer Kodiak. It's made in Germany. Very cool tank. So there's a lot of things out there that hasn't been used yet, and it's going to be big. I mean, who would think, Steve, you would take a bulldozer, armor plate it, and put it in the front line of the front of the tanks? That's what they're doing in Israel right now. They did it the other day in the Gaza. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me.
Hey, good stuff.
And
thank you much, Philip. You do the same. Have a great morning. Hey, we'll check in with Knucklebuster coming up here. First, is that the Carolina Monkey Gouger? What's going on?
Hey, Steve, what's happening, buddy?
Are we on the road again?
Oh man, we ain't been home yet. We still trailer trucking, doing it like Pruitt used to do it.
Okay.
Doing that heavy duty trucking, buddy. You know, Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. I see something tonight. It makes you wonder where they getting these warm bodies from overseas to come over here and pilot these trucks up and down the road. I was pulling into a truck stop, and this guy had his four-ways on, so I kind of just stopped there. I said, maybe he's going to back up and make a U-turn. I don't know what he's going to do. Well, the truck started rolling backwards, and he eventually blocked up the whole damn driveway. And he jumps out, pulls the hood over, and by this time, I mean, the highway's full of people. I mean, it's just chaos around there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I walked into the fuel desk to tell them that, they had a traffic jam out in the parking lot. And the dude that was piloting this here Volvo come running in. Hey, I got to have starting fluid. So he runs back there and gets 2 cans of starting fluid and starts to go out the door. And the girl said, hey, where you going? He said, I got to have this to start my truck. See, I got to have some money. He said, you don't understand. I got to get truck. And I mean, him and her was going back and forth, but I said, look, buddy, you got to get that woman some money. You just can't come running out of here. And he said, I got to start truck. About this time, man, everybody's out there jumping up and down, having a fit, going crazy. You know, I mean, it was just craziness out there. And this dude is still not understanding, you know, in America, if you don't pay, you don't go out the door. So, you know, we tried to explain to her, just give her a credit card or something, you know. Well, by this time, I mean, they backed up to the top of the ramp. So he goes out there, got the hood over on the truck, right? He starts spraying this ether into the breather and gets it cranks up. It takes off, runs across the curve, launches off into their landscaping they got there, and it gets far enough up where we can get by, right? You know, it looked like something out the damn Three Stooges. I mean, really. And I said, you know, I should have had my video on to believe this, because nobody ain't gonna believe this bull crap. Where are they getting these stooges? I mean, who is training these cats? Has anybody got any of these foreign companies under the microscope looking at them and what's going on? I mean, it is just absolutely ludicrous out there, Steve. I can't tell you how many times you go by them, they got their feet up in the thing, and they got one hand on the steering wheel, and they sitting there looking at going down the road, and next thing you know, they done drove in the top of you. It's a mess out there. It's really scary. I mean, the American motoring public, they you know, they must panic every time they get around a truck now. It's scary out there, Steve. I'm not joking to you. It is at an epidemic proportion.
Wow.
And I wonder when old Buttigieg is going to do something about this mess. But there are too many people out here that's driving trucks from foreign countries that have no damn business at all being over here. And after what I seen tonight, I said, golly, boy, the retirement is looking better and better every day. Every day. But, I mean, you know, I just couldn't believe he thought he could just run in that store, grab something, and then run out there, you know? I mean, golly. But the other thing, I don't know if you heard about it, but have you heard about the big San Francisco cleanup?
Yes, we got to get ready for Xi Jinping, you know? We got to get clean them up, clean up the streets.
Yeah, we got to go out there and run all them homeless people out of the way and get them out of the way. You know, for 3 days while that communist leader is over here in this country, the one that's pumping all the fentanyl over here, killing Americans. But yet we're going to open him up with arms.
Should we not take him should we not take him for a drive down the open air drug market and let him see what he is doing to the United States?
I'm tell you what. I know you look at a lot of stuff on Facebook. Have you ever seen those video clips on Kensington Avenue over there in Philadelphia?
Absolutely, yeah. The streets of Kensington. It's very, very sad. Very sad.
And that's mile after mile. Them zombies that's being poisoned by this stuff, and they invite that idiot over here to this country.
Yeah,
Steve, I'm telling you something, man. If we don't get Joe Biden out of the White House, we are in deep trouble. And something else I've been noticing a lot is I've been noticing less and less trucks on the road, or the truck stops filling up just at night and stuff, and all these trucking companies going out of business. And I've always heard before a full-fledged recession ever hit the country, the trucking sector is the first one to feel it about 3 months before it takes effect. And I got a feeling after the first of the year, your shoe is going to fall. I hate to say that, but I mean, I've been noticing that some of these shipping docks that I've been loading at, and I've been to a bunch of them in the last couple of days, like I delivered to a big warehouse down there in San Antonio Sunday morning. I was down there, and there was only 3 of us in there to go in the gate. And when we left, there wasn't no trucks coming in. And, this is the week before Thanksgiving. And where I loaded this load, I loaded it, and it was loaded 2 days early. And when I went to leave, there wasn't a trailer in the shipping dock to go out. And I mean, this is the busiest part of starting of what we call the maniac season, because things go absolutely crazy. The 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, everybody trying to get those birds in, and the cranberry sauce and everything. And I'm not seeing it happen. I mean, it's really, really scary when you get to looking around. I mean, you see a lot of trucks moving on the road and everything, but when you going around these shipping places or delivery places, you're not seeing the volume we ought to be seeing. And me and another driver was talking about it tonight, and I said, long time ago, I always heard before a full-fledged recession hits this country, the trucking sector feels it 3 months before it happens. And we're in about the 5th month of it now that we've really seen a big slowdown.
Yep.
So
that or more.
I don't know, man. I don't know, but hey, that's about all I got tonight. We're one day closer to getting home to the Marina Del Rey. We'll be there Monday and go enjoy that turkey dinner. First time in about 8 years I've been home on Thanksgiving, and I just said I am not working this Thanksgiving. I'm going home. So we'll keep you updated, and we'll talk to you later, hero.
Thanks for checking in here, Monkey Gouger. And yeah, it is crazy out there. And yes, he is 100% correct that the trucking industry, FreightWaves had, I was going to share this at some point this morning. Yeah, the trucking industry is in a dire state, which is bad news for the American economy because it serves as an indicator of the mood of consumers and their pocketbooks heading into the holiday season. According to one expert, it's his warning. More on that. First of all, let's see. We'll get to Knucklebuster right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, what kind of bologna you got for us this morning, Knucklebuster?
I got a little bit there. Isn't today technically Taco Tuesday?
That would be affirmative, yes.
Yeah, absolutely there. So that's a good deal there. I guess we can go to Ding 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 Taco Bell, right? today's also National Family PJ Day too. So, but Tennessee and I sleep in our birthday suit. So that's the only pajamas we need there. Hey, Monkey Gadger, you're supposed to be a mind reader, buddy. You know everything. That's what they make turn signals for on these big trucks and stuff. But hey, you never know. They'll do some of the dumbest stuff out here. But since he was talking about crazy, I like Patsy Cline's version of crazy. That was that gal had a beautiful voice there. And Israel, they can thank old Doofus Magoo, a.k.a. the big man, Joe Biden. He gave Iran, what did he give him, $6 billion or $60 billion, see?
Now, who was that? Who were you saying? The Rams?
The big man, Joe Biden. Didn't he give Iran $6 billion or $60 billion?
It was $6 billion. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, Israel can thank him. I'll be glad when Israel wipes him completely off of the face of the map there. We won't have to put up with him there. And old Secretary Booty Hole, he's too busy playing mommy. You know, that's the woman in that relationship. Wait a minute, hold on, I got to throw up a minute. LA's getting a deja vu of Atlanta down there on I-85 when them homeless people blowed that bridge up, right? All that stuff they had stored up underneath there a few years back.
Yes, sir. Almost identical.
Yeah. I thought you told me last night it was going to warm up. It was 34 degrees over there in New Mexico between the Hacienda and the Arizona state line, but it's 46 over here in Arizona, so I'll be out of all that bad weather they're going to get back there. You know, Apple and AT&T will mess with your phone volume if they think you've got listening to loud noises and stuff too much. So I didn't know that T. Summers Overnight Drive was that loud there. I buy real gas, the non-ethanol kind, and I put Stabile in it. I clean them carburetors up at the end of the year too, so take them jets out and clean it all up real good and put it all back together and put it back on my lawn mowers and
good to go in the spring. Okay, well, hey, hold that thought. It's top of the hour, the news break time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The conflict between Israel and Hamas has reached its 38th day. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby affirmed the presence of Israeli defense forces near Gaza's main hospital.
They have a legitimate right and a need to go after these leadership of Hamas, but they also have to be mindful of civilian casualties, particularly when it comes to a hospital.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on NBC's Meet the Press Sunday the negotiations for the release of hostages held by Hamas might be underway. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization reported that Gaza's primary hospital has been without power for 3 days and is currently non-functional. Amazon's games division is reducing its workforce by almost 200 positions, as disclosed in an internal memo circulated on Monday. The vice president of Amazon Games described it as challenging news. The memo outlined that Amazon will shift its focus to upcoming releases like Throne and Liberty and the Blue Protocol, as well as future initiatives. As part of a restructuring effort, the company intends to shut down its game growth and Crown Channel initiatives. Southern California is bracing for its initial significant storm of the rainy season. Meteorologist Robbie Monroe from the National Weather Service says there's 100% certain that rain is going to fall.
We are expecting rain to pick up across the region, especially into Wednesday, and with mainly light to moderate rain continuing through Friday or Saturday of this week.
Described as a warm storm, it is anticipated to have a snow level above 8,000 feet. Monroe predicts about 1 inch of rain in the basin and up to 3 inches in the mountain regions when the storm concludes. Everything is bigger in Texas except the gas prices. Drivers in the Lone Star State have the nation's lowest gas prices, $2.80 per gallon. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A state of emergency is being declared in Los Angeles as a result of a pallet fire that has shut down a main highway indefinitely. Governor Gavin Newsom said in a statement Saturday night the state is mobilizing resources to complete repairs and minimize the impact for travel in and around Los Angeles. China's president is coming to the U.S. this week to meet with Joe Biden in the city by the Bay.
President Biden scheduled to meet with the president of China here in the United States this week. The city chosen for the meeting, San Francisco, where California Governor, Democrat Gavin Newsom, admits city workers are very busy moving homeless folks off the streets, so the Chinese delegation does not see them or their tents. Drug addicts who shoot up around the clock are also being relocated. I'm Laura Winters.
Screen actors in Hollywood have finally voted to end their strike. The SAG-AFTRA union that represents about 160,000 actors have agreed to a deal with movie and TV studios. The strike started more than 3 months ago. Taylor Swift will have the chance to make history at the 2024 Grammys. She earned her 6th Album of the Year nomination for Midnights, tying her with Barbra Streisand for the most ever by a female artist. A win for Swift would give her 4 Albums of the Year wins, lifting her above Frank Sinatra, Stevie Wonder, and Paul Simon for the most all time. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes, indeed. And if you missed our conversation with Bob Galuska, go back to the 1 a.m. hour Eastern Time. Spent a few minutes talking about Stay-Build, the pros, the cons, when to use, how to use, all the good stuff. Now, we ran out of time there. Let me get back, finish up with Knuckle Buster. Welcome back.
Thanks for holding me over. Thanks for holding me over, Mr. Steve Summers. Yeah, the real gas. You can Google real gas near me, and it'll bring up service stations that sell non-ethanol gas by you. It was about $5 a gallon when I bought it Saturday, so I put Seville in it. I cleaned my carburetors out too, take them jets out, clean them all up, put it all back together, and put it on there and store it up for the winter there. I also run a Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator when during the summer that helps clean the carbon and all that stuff off the valves and the piston. Put a new spark plug in there, that'll always help. Well, I got some sad news for scarecrows, Steve.
Uh-oh.
Tennessee said she didn't have any fantasies about a scarecrow in a dusty cornfield, so he wasn't getting no picture there, right? But if she was to do it...
Go ahead. If she was to do it, goes the rest of the story.
Yeah. But anyway, if she wanted to do it, you'd have to hire Christy Brinkley's photographer team and Christy Brinkley as an advisor. And Steve, I read today that Christy Brinkley's net worth is $100 million. Most of it is in real estate there. About $60 million of it's in real estate there. So, and I also, you know that purple-headed woman that on the soccer team?
Yes.
Megan Rapinoe or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, she got hurt today, Steve, in the last game. She tore her ACL 3 minutes into the game, and they didn't win either, so she went out a loser. So that was good riddance of her. And I saw my bull on it for right now. I'm almost to my bedtime spot there. I was standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see.
Winslow, Arizona. Well, that would kind of explain that would explain the cell. Arizona still, there's a lot of area out there where cell reception pretty much sucks. Daniel checked in here. Good morning from Marshall, Minnesota. 53 degrees. And yeah, I have noticed the downturn. Doesn't seem like there's any trucks on the highways at night anymore where I'm at in Minnesota. I used to see a lot of trucks at night. Where they go, they ain't out here anymore. And the truck stop that I'm at in Marshall, Minnesota, it's closed. It's gone. Well, at least they don't have the lot cabled off so you can still stay here. But this folks, is Bidenomics at its best. And it didn't just happen. It's been going on for a while, but I agree with the monkey gouger. We better hold on after the first of the year. And if you don't have some stuff put away, it may be a hard time for you. Which brings me back to, I guess this is JKC Trucking's vice president and co-owner, who spoke to Fox News Digital about the trucking being the barometer of the overall broader economy. He says, post-pandemic, there's been a surplus of trucks and drivers compared to the amount of freight that needs transporting. As lockdown spending slowed and the cost of living continues to rise, more truckers are fighting for the same loads, which results in a dogfight between truckers and trucking companies. Everybody's calling it the Great Trucking Recession. And it's true, because all the trucking companies right now are in pretty dark times. This is not a good time to be in the trucking industry. Now, just to paint a picture, the trucking industry is the engine that drives the American economy forward. We're fueling growth and prosperity, transporting goods to where they need to be. And when the engine breaks down or stops, it works like a heart. When that ceases to be, it brings the entire economic system to a halt. Yellow Corporation, I don't know if that's one of the best examples, but for example, one of the nation's oldest, largest trucking companies filing for bankruptcy, 30,000 employees. Convoy Incorporated, the Seattle-based trucking startup that was valued by investors at $3.8 billion just last year, shutting down last month. Because volumes are down, we may even see more trucking companies go out of business. It's going to be really interesting and scary to see how this all unfolds over the next few months because of what has happened in the last 2 years. Now, his company, JKC Trucking, specializes in a particular sector of the industry, LTL, less than truckload, handling pallet-sized shipments of freight through a network of terminals. JKC is Chicago's largest specialty contract carrier for climate-controlled and dry freight loads, specializing in LTL shipments for customers with one box, one pallet, or half a truck to ship from the Midwest to California, Florida, major cities west of the Mississippi River. He explained that freight volumes specifically are a critical indicator of the status of the industry as well as the overall economy. But he said right now the industry is experiencing volume volatility, meaning volumes and rates are down due to supply and demand. Obviously, an increase in freight volume typically suggests the economy's growing, as it indicates greater demand for goods and services. We had COVID, we had a huge surplus of spending, and we didn't have enough truckers to move it. Now everybody, the consumers, have depleted those funds, and they're not buying as much. Plus, of course, the prices of everything, including energy and food, have skyrocketed. Consumers are buying less. Truckers are fighting over freight to make some profit or break even to survive another year. Another factor in the Great Trucking Recession is fuel prices, a major operating cost for trucking companies. It costs more to deliver goods, therefore this cost is passed on to the consumer. Consumers are feeling strapped for cash due to the increased cost and the interest rates. They're holding back on purchases, seeing what's going to happen. Now we've got our drivers sitting on the sidelines with no work. It is a vicious cycle, and all the trucking companies are in a dogfight to get this volume, because we pretty much essentially went from 100 miles an hour to almost a complete halt. Until the entire economy corrects itself, we're going to be in this slump, and we're going to continue to see other trucking companies going out of business. Everybody's in bad shape. I don't care if you're Amazon or a one-truck operation. Everybody across the spectrum is being affected. Bidenomics at its best. But at the same time, we try to say, go, Joe, go. And we'll delve more into that coming up here. But first, I wanted to get back to Monkey Gouger said, hey, have you seen the great cleanup on the West Coast? Now, how long this is going to last? Well, how long is this so-called summit or gathering with the elites in California? 3 days? So you give it 5 or 6 days, the tents will be back up. The drug addicts will be back out doing their 24/7 thing on the streets. But yes, as the communist dictator Xi Jinping is set to visit San Francisco, the Asia-Pacific Economic Corporation Summit. Of course, the city notorious for their homeless encampments and street-level drug issues, thanks to Democrats, have somehow finally managed to remove the homeless and clean up the streets. It's magical. Sources close to the developments report a strategic relocation of homeless individuals to other parts of the city. Obviously, a temporary fix to a deeply rooted issue. The focus has been on key intersections in what they call the Tenderloin and south of Market neighborhoods, the Soma neighborhoods, areas notorious for their drug-related issues. Residents and local business owners have expressed mixed reactions to this sudden cleanup. While some appreciate the cleaner streets, others are skeptical, and rightfully so. This is a temporary measure for the sake of international optics to please the elites. In other words, they won't do this for the people who pay the damn taxes and live in the city, but they'll do it for the likes of Xi Jinping. This sends a very clear message about who the leaders of this city care about, and it's not the Americans who actually live here. Adding fuel to the fire, Governor Gavin Newsom, in a press conference late last week, came right out and admitted that the cleanup is indeed aimed at pleasing fancy leaders that are going to be visiting the summit. His quote was, I know folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all these fancy leaders are coming to town. That's true, because it's true. The quote from the governor. It's true, you see. Last weekend, Newsom declared a state of emergency after the big fire in Los Angeles forced the closure of 10 at a homeless camp. It was littered with drugs located under the freeway. What you can gather here is the underlying truth is the Democrats have always had the capacity to undertake these sort of measures, but their action suggests a different set of priorities. Yes, the safety and well-being of the general population are secondary concerns with the Democrats. The greater emphasis is placed on catering to the needs of the elite. And yes, your governor came right out and said it there in California. We are cleaning up for the elite leaders coming in. That is true, because it's true. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So we can get back to Pappy brought up earlier. He said, do a little digging, a little investigating, talking about the air traffic controllers. And I think this may have been part of maybe some of the interview he saw here, because it was just a few days ago. But the nation's top accident investigators said that a surge in these close calls between planes at airports this year is a clear warning sign our aviation system is under stress. While these events are incredibly rare, our safety system is showing clear signs of strain we cannot ignore. This is Jennifer Homendy, chair of the National Transportation Safety Board, addressing a Senate panel last week. She warned air traffic and staffing shortages have surged since the pandemic. There's been a lack of meaningful training and more reliance on computer-based instruction by the FAA and the airlines, and too many irregular work schedules when it comes to the pilots and the air traffic controllers. What you end up with is a distraction, fatigue. You're missing things. You're forgetting things. The NTSB is investigating 6 close calls, or what aviation insiders call runway incursions. The FAA identified 23 of the most serious types of close calls in just the last fiscal year, which ended October 1. Now, that's up from 16 the year before and 11 a decade ago. Independent estimates suggest these figures grossly understate such incidents. In other words, it happens a lot more than it's even being officially noticed. Now, last week's hearing included only a momentary discussion of pilot mental health, which is on travelers' minds due to the arrest of the off-duty pilot accused of trying to disable the plane mid-flight a couple weeks ago, and a co-pilot who allegedly threatened to shoot the captain. Critics have pointed out the federal screening relies on pilots to disclose whether they're taking medication or being treated for mental illness, including depression. The FAA separately said they're going to appoint a committee of medical experts and aviation and union leaders to maybe make recommendations on breaking down the barriers that prevent pilots from reporting mental health issues to them. The Senate hearing itself produced no new ideas for increasing safety, but did bring up a new warning about the potential for travel disruptions over the upcoming holidays because the FAA doesn't have enough air traffic controllers. We are not healthier than we were last year, controller-wise. And I think the FAA's own numbers indicate we have potentially 6 more air traffic controllers than we had a year ago. Well, that ain't nothing. The union president said many controllers are forced to work 10-hour days or 6-day weeks. The Transportation Department's Inspector General criticized the FAA in a report this summer, saying that they had made only limited efforts to fix a shortage of staffing at critical air traffic control centers. But among those close calls in recent months, the scariest was back in February, Austin, Texas. Poor visibility in the early morning hours. A FedEx cargo plane preparing to land flew over the top of a Southwest Airlines jet that was taking off. NTSB estimated that they came within 100 feet of colliding. How does that happen? Well, air traffic control, an air traffic controller had cleared both planes to use the same runway. One coming in, one going out. In other recent incidents, pilots appeared to be at fault by failing to follow orders from controllers. Why they would do that, I don't know, but it's... air traffic is getting busier and busier. You ever look at the FlightAware? You can track the number of flights in the air. It is like a proverbial freeway up there in the heavens above, especially during the busiest travel times of the day. And in the coming week, it's going to be like the I-10 freeway in California on a normal day when 300,000 vehicles would traverse that in a 24-hour period. Tell you what, we'll get to who we got. Gilligan's on board. Brain Dead will be checking here shortly. We got to get through our news break, though, before I pick up and put you right back on hold. It's 844-844-3388. Maybe just enough time to toss in. I guess we'll call this our dumbass truck driver of the week nominee, who actually was arrested for fatally hitting a tow truck driver while intoxicated in Iowa Saturday night. A little after 10 o'clock in the evening along I-80, about the 130-mile marker, Urbandale, Iowa. According to WHO News, the truck driver, Joshua Vila, was on the right shoulder, the tow truck driver, that is, was on the right shoulder preparing to tow a vehicle when the westbound semi driven by 54-year-old Dmitro Prisic failed to stay in his lane or move over for the tow truck. The rig left the roadway, collided with the tow truck driver and the tow truck. He didn't slow down and just drove away from the scene. Ultimately, when law enforcement caught up with him, but believe it or not, he said he thought he hit a bird. A bird? You hit a damn tow truck and you hit a person and killed him. They smelled alcohol coming from him, performed a field sobriety test, which he failed, of course. I thought I hit a bird. 29 past the hour. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And that's...
USA News Update. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu mentioned on NBC's Meet the Press that there could be a potential deal underway for the release of more hostages held by Hamas.
We weren't close at all until we started the ground operation. We heard that there's an impending deal of this kind or of that kind, and then we learned that it was all hokum. It was nothing.
He refrained from providing specific details, emphasizing that the less he says, the better the chances are of a successful deal. A Secret Service agent responsible for safeguarding President Biden's granddaughter fired shots at individuals attempting to break into an unmarked agency vehicle. The federal agent fired shots, prompting the suspects to flee the scene. The restoration and reopening of the I-10 in downtown Los Angeles, which was damaged by a weekend fire, has not been officially determined. Los Angeles authorities are recommending commuters to consider using public transit or working from home. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And lines available at 844-844-3388. How's your week starting off, Gilligan? Back on the road, I guess.
Oh, not too bad until I heard Knucklebuster's call. And he was talking about sleeping naked. Man, that's a vision in my head I didn't need. Whew. I really don't want to see Tennessee naked either, because I don't want to really look at another man's wife. But man, Knuckle Buster, that's burning the eyes there, Steve.
Mhm.
Don't you think?
Well, I know someone else that's done something similar a time or two. Who's the one that gets out there on the beach in their red, what do you call that thing, the banana hammock?
Yeah, well, at least I had something covering my jaw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay.
Hey, yeah, I guess I got to eat a little crow. I didn't really expect West Virginia to beat Oklahoma, but I was hoping. Man, that was a blowout. Oh, well. Maybe next year, my Mountaineers. It is what it is. But them Dukes, they're 10-0, Steve. They're 10-0. Blow out UConn. I tell you what, they're doing good. Yep. Hey, I tell you what, I got my own DA of the Week award nominee. I was driving down 81 there earlier, and this truck I come up on was weaving a little bit, and I was a little edgy come around him. Steve, this is no lie. I got up beside him. He had a huge screen GPS, I think another GPS and 2 phones or something, but there was 4 screens stretching halfway across the dash, about 6-8 inches up in the air above the dash. Now, how does he see to drive out that windshield? I mean, this is the kind of people that Monkey Gouger was talking about earlier. I don't get it. I mean, how do you see that? It's like the guys that run down the road with the sunshades down or the curtains pulled up to where they can't even see beside them, barely see their mirror. I'll tell you what, I'm glad that I'm at least in my mid-50s. I wish I was ready to retire. You know, I probably could, but it would be awful tight for me. I mean, I've got some money saved back and stuff, but it would be hard for me to survive. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So, I mean, when this guy, if that truck goes through a scale house, I mean, there are FMCSA rules and regulations as to where in your line of view you're allowed to have these things. How do they not pull that person off the road?
I don't know. I really don't know. Literally, there was a huge GPS screen there. Must have been 8 by 12 or so, right in front of the drivers. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, he couldn't have seen anywhere near the front of his truck.
Mm-hmm.
It just don't. I don't get it. I confused more every day, you know, with some of the things I see out here. It's like this industry has gone downhill, especially in the last 5 to 10 years. I come off the road and started running local, then went over to shuttle in 2014, and I tell you what, I just seeing what I see at night, I can imagine what it's like when you're running the road still. I don't even go into a truck stop anymore. I get my fuel at my terminal. You know, I run terminal to terminal for the most part. If I don't do that, which does happen once in a while, I will run, but I go to a meet somewhere.
Yeah.
I refuse to go into the TA down at Witsville anymore. I went down there. That was supposed to be at our meet point on our Witsville run, but I went in there one night, and here's this guy, got this old junky Volvo. I mean, this thing must have been 20 years old or more, and he's washing his truck with the squeegee.
Yep.
And I said, you know, I say something to him, and he says, "You work for TA? You work for TA? You ain't got no right to say anything to me. You don't work for TA." And all this bunch of crap. Well, before he was over with, he threatened to stick me. And I looked at him. I said, "You're going to feel kind of funny when I take your own knife from you and stick it with your own knife." He turned around and run out to his damn truck.
Wow.
You know, I'm no small man, as you know. You've met me. You know, I mean, it's just like, I'm tired of the crap. I mean, it's just, I told him after that, I said, "I'm done. We're going to meet somewhere else." When we meet we've been meeting at a shopping plaza for the last few years and not even going into that TA. It just amazes me what caliber of driver we have anymore out here. I know I'm old school, like a lot of your listeners. I mean, I've been out here almost 25 years. I mean, I'm not old school like Monkey Gouger and some of the older guys, Horse Feathers and 5'7" and them, but I've been out here long enough to get at least a piece of what it used to be like, if you know what I mean. So, I mean, I started listening to your dad and you on the weekends in '99 when I started driving. It's a whole different world. Well, that's about all I got, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Hope everybody has a safe night.
All right, appreciate you chiming in here on a Tuesday morning. Thank you very much. Apparently, I guess we did some sort of a spacewalk recently, and didn't bring everything back on board after the spacewalk. NASA astronauts Jasmine McBelly and Laurel O'Hara marked their first spacewalk this month. With a tool bag floating through space, they concluded their maintenance work outside the International Space Station. They were out there 6 hours, 42 minutes on November the 1st when they completed their work on the solar arrays, which, of course, track the sun. But apparently they ran out of time to remove and stow a communications electronics box, leaving this task for a future spacewalk. The pair instead conducted an assessment of how the job could be done. During the hours-long mission, a tool bag gave them the slip, as they say, and was lost. According to flight controllers, they spotted it using the space station's external cameras. Fortunately, those tools were not required for the remainder of their tasks. Mission Control analyzed the trajectory, and they've determined that risk of recontacting the space station is low, and that the onboard crew and station are safe with no action required, according to the official NASA blog. There's an Earth Sky website that tracks these sort of things. The tool bag is currently orbiting the Earth ahead of the International Space Station and can potentially be spotted from Earth with a pair of binoculars during the next few months, until ultimately, at some point, it will disintegrate in the Earth's atmosphere, which I'm sure that will give some pretty incredible fireballs. It's not the first time we've lost tools in space. Back in 2008, there was another tool bag floated away while they were cleaning up and lubricating gears on a malfunctioning rotary joint. A 2006 spacewalk saw astronauts Pierce Sellers and Michael Fossum lose a 14-inch spatula while testing the method of repairing the space shuttle. Stuff like this, space junk, artificial materials that orbit the Earth, no longer functional, but they can be anything from a small chip of paint to parts of parts discarded during rocket launches. According to the European Space Agency, they estimate 35,290 objects are being tracked and cataloged by various surveillance. How do you track that much junk out there? Total mass of objects currently orbiting the Earth, about 11,000 tons. 11,000 tons of junk. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. engines. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Rolling down the highways and byways. You can chime in at 844-844-3388. As Brain Dead does this Tuesday morning. Brain Dead, happy Friday, I guess, for you, right?
And happy Taco Tuesday to you, because it's my Freaky Friday. Oh, Lord, what about a bad day yesterday? But anyway, I'll get to that in a minute. But, you know, Gouger was talking about all these foreigners coming in, and, you know, they come in here on those, what is it, the blue card, purple card, whatever it is, the H97, whatever it is, those MasterCards. And the only thing that they know is that they have to keep rolling to make money. And they don't care. They don't understand our culture, our language, our rules, and they don't care. I mean, I see them up here from time to time when I have to go out to the guard shack. There was one of them foreigners one day that couldn't figure out. Yes, we start receiving perishables at 4 a.m, which, you know, like meat and dairy and all that other stuff at the warehouse. He rolls in at 2:30 in the morning thinking he can go ahead and get unloaded, even though his appointment is, I think, 6:30 or 8:30, somewhere that far out. Mm-hmm. He couldn't quite understand and grasp the concept, because that's why they run reckless like that. Because they have to catch up, they have to make up. And really, I'm right there with you, Gouger. I'm ready to retire too, except I'm going to go work our yard. And I could care less. I mean, it's gone downhill. It's like Gilligan just said. When I go do one of our long distance runs like Jackson, Tennessee, or Tupelo, or Blauville, etc., I don't stop at a truck stop. I get to the store. Hey, is the register open? Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go get me a cup of coffee, and I'll go get me a thing of coffee or whatever else. I don't hit the truck stops anymore, because this time of night it is impossible to get in and impossible to get out. So why even bother? It's going to hold me up. I mean, seriously though. But an interesting day yesterday. I'm running a couple hours late today because I got held up. So far tonight, Steve, I've already delivered 75,000 pounds of groceries on two trips. I'm on my second trip right now. A lot of groceries, huh?
A lot of groceries.
So, now, I pulled the trailer out of the dock. It had a flat tire. Wound up being 2 tires. And called the breakdown people. And they said, it's going to be 8 o'clock by the time we get there, before we get the service truck there. I'm like, look, I'm about 1 mile from the truck stop, and there's another repair shop or a tire shop right down the road, like 1 mile. Why don't you call them? Well, they don't open till 7 o'clock. Okay, it's 6 a.m. and you're calling somebody that's 2 hours out that won't make it here. So finally, after about 10, 11 o'clock, I just called the boss man. Hey, Bob, tell it back, and that's what I did. Then here's the stupid part, Steve. The guy from the retire shop, no, the breakdown people that came out there called me at 5:30 and said, "Hey, we're out here trying to find the trailer." Huh? I'm not even with the load. I'm not even with it. I'm at the house.
Yeah.
Call dispatch, and I hung up on it. So I mean, I don't understand it. I don't get it. But oh yeah, Thank God it is my Friday, Steve. So, but anyway, yeah, it just there's no more hope anymore for these people. You know, these are the ones, Steve, that are going to be the poster child for the speed limiters. You know, we were talking about the speed limiters.
Yes, sir.
Those guys that run like that are the poster child for the speed limiters. Did you see the story I sent you about Yellow, or did you already hit on that?
I don't think I have. I don't think I've hit on it.
There's 178 terminals that were leased.
Okay,
and the landlords want money.
Whatever the source on that was, yeah, it wanted like a login or something. I couldn't get the full story. So, yeah, I mean, all I could see was the headline.
Oh, one of those paywalls?
Yeah, landlords object to payments. Yellow proposed to discard leases. Yeah, but I can't get the full story.
If I can find it to you, I'll send it to you. But pretty much, they owe like R&L carriers like $30 million in leases, and they broke these leases when they went bankrupt, and the landlords still want their money, and I don't blame them. I would too, because I mean I've never seen well, I can't say that word on the air. A shish kebab show, you want to say, or
I got
something
you.
like this.
Yes, sir.
But I sent you something else, too, that's kind of upsetting to me. I don't know if you saw it or not out in Vegas. So with that, I need to hit this dock, get this store off, and I'll holler at you next time, Steve.
All right. Thank you for checking in there. Brain Dead, have a good morning. And what do we got? It's 844-844-3388.
A Mopar man from Minnesota outlasts a champion Dodge with his Outlaw Chevy. After a season-long tug-of-war, a 4x4 diesel 4Runner has become its frontrunner. This as the pulling world mostly enters hibernation, except for the bright lights of the NTPA banquet. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Our recognition of the NTPA's 13 Grand National Champions continues with two first-time champs who like to keep four tires digging. The 2023 Grand National 4-wheel drive truck division competed in Farley, Iowa, Tomah, Wisconsin, Chapel Hill, Tennessee, Brandenburg, Kentucky, Rockwell, Iowa, Napoleon, Ohio, Bowling Green, Ohio, and Wauseon, Ohio. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, a mechanic, muscle car enthusiast, and father of two Grand National truck pulling daughters from Goodhue, Minnesota. Mark Mangan, Goodhue, Minnesota. The Outlaw, 2023 Grand National 4-wheel drive champion. 3 wins, 3 seconds. This fist fight was must-watch right from the jump in Farley. There, Zering's Rule Number 19 opened with a first and a third, while Mangan's Outlaw countered with a second and a first to tie in points. Jake made a break with a win at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals, the site of his twin victories that propelled his 2022 title, and 81 points over his next 3. But Mark remarked with 105 markers of his own in the stretch from Tennessee through Kentucky to Iowa. The circuit having settled in the Buckeye State for its last 4 appearances, Zering pulled back on top of the Henry County Fair Grand Nationals in Napoleon. But then came the Outlaws' outrageous weekend at the National Tractor Pulling Championships, a first, a second, a ring, and most crucially 59 points that re-knotted them with 1 to go and set up Wauseon's Tri-State Showdown as this seesaw season's final fulcrum. There, Mangan's Outlaw jumped the fence with a first hook full pull and a pull-off win to settle 2023's most thrilling race. The 2023 Grand National Superstock Diesel 4x4 Truck Division competed in Hutchinson, Minnesota, Tomah, Wisconsin, Fort Recovery, Ohio, Rockwell, Iowa, Bowling Green, Ohio, and Sandwich, Illinois. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, an employee of a Winchester, Ohio flooring business, and an avid hunter and snowmobiler. Eric Stacy, Winchester, Ohio. Smokinya, 2023 Grand National Superstock Diesel 4x4 champion. 3 wins, 2 seconds, 3 thirds. One of the Superstock Division's young pioneers, Eric Stacy campaigned an early edition of the Smokinya across the state before there was a class to pull it in. Fast forward to 2023, and Stacy's first all-in commitment to the NTPA Grand National Circuit got off to a fast start with a sweep in Hutchinson. But a fellow veteran with roots in Pro Stock Diesel had other ideas, as Nick Gillette made room on his top shelf for a Tomah weekend trophy, and thus set the mano-a-mano battle of the summer, with Gillette leading after 5 hooks and Stacy after 6. The two were never more than 4 points apart at any event, nor more than 3 apart in the standings, as Smokinya's third victory at the Fort was mitigated by Top Shelf's 8 top 3s. The second of two ties resulted from Saturday night in BG and set up a one-round prize fight at the Sandwich Fair. That night, by a 322-foot to 316-foot decision, Stacy became the division's fifth different Grand National champion since its ascent to the premier level in 2017. We'll continue our congratulations to the champions in next week's report. The NTPA Awards Banquet is now less than 3 weeks away on Saturday, December 2nd in Dublin, Ohio. Be there live or catch the live stream for free at ntpa.tv. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dunlap. All right, final hour just ahead. Of course, we know everything's bigger in Texas, right? Well, including their electricity usage, which is increasing at historic rates in a sign of what's to come for much of the United States as a whole. Yeah, the country's largest electricity producer and user saw sales grow at 5 times the national rate for the past decade, roughly like adding Louisiana. Yeah, a crushing heat wave over this past summer broke 10 peak demand records for the main Texas grid operator, which they tell us narrowly avoided blackouts, and particularly on one hot evening. Texas is an extreme example with a big population that needs a lot of air conditioning, but they're at the center of the trends pushing electricity use higher in other pockets of the country. Yeah, reshoring of manufacturing, the growth of power-hungry data centers, and this push for electrification. Analysts say they are concerned the grid is not ready. Something this Steve Summers guy has been saying for several years now, that this push to electrify the automobiles and the trucks, you're going to have big-time unintended consequences. We're also dealing with accelerated growth in industries that want to plug in, or the concentrated nature of the new demand in certain states. Yeah, we'll delve again more into that in our final hour. Of course, room for you at 844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. An agreement could be in the works to keep the government open beyond week's end.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is indicating the Democrats may be open to backing the Republicans' temporary funding bill as a measure to avert a government shutdown scheduled for this Friday. Over the weekend, House Speaker Mike Johnson presented a short-term plan aimed at extending government funding until February. In a letter sent on Monday to all House Democrats, Jeffries conveyed that they are actively reviewing the proposal put forth by Republican leadership and engaging in discussions with fellow members. The House is scheduled to consider Johnson's bill later this week. I'm John Schaefer.
Donald Trump Jr. has testified once more in the civil fraud trial involving the Trump Organization in New York. Speaking on behalf of the defense, he attributed the charges against his father to an overzealous attorney general in New York.
It doesn't feel like, we're playing by the rules. We're playing by a one-sided system of justice.
The Trump family is accused of exaggerating their wealth to secure more favorable loan agreements. In the state civil lawsuit, the former president faces potential fines of $250 million, which could also result in restrictions on conducting business in New York. China's president is coming to the U.S. this week to meet with Joe Biden in the city by the Bay.
President Biden scheduled to meet with the president of China here in the United States this week. The city chosen for the meeting, San Francisco, where California Governor Democrat Gavin Newsom admits city workers are very busy moving homeless folks off the streets, so the Chinese delegation does not see them or their tents. Drug addicts who shoot up around the clock are also being relocated. I'm Laura Winters.
It's predicted more than 55 million Americans will travel 50 miles or more for Thanksgiving this year. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Iceland is evacuating a town south of the capital city, Reykjavik, because it could be destroyed by a volcanic eruption. The town in danger lies near an active volcanic system and was evacuated over the weekend after magma shifting beneath the ground triggered hundreds of earthquakes. The magma was at very shallow depth, so they were expecting an eruption within a couple days. House lawmakers this week could consider a resolution aimed at impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The measure is the work of Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who accuses Mayorkas of willful admittance of border crossers. It also accuses Mayorkas of violating the 2006 Secure Fence Act, which declares the border secure only if no people or illegal goods improperly enter the country. California is taking a stand against fake news by teaching classes about it in public schools.
Sacramento is taking a stand against misinformation with a new California law set to go into effect next year. The Democrat-backed legislation requires all K-12 students in schools to receive education in media literacy skills. The curriculum will focus on developing critical thinking when assessing online stories and recognizing potential falsehoods. These lessons will be seamlessly incorporated into existing classes throughout the school year.
That's John Schaefer reporting. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Then, final hour. What do we have here? We left things off there talking about the U.S. grid is not ready. Told you so. Texas is just one of a handful of states seeing dramatic upswings in demand. Growth in semiconductor manufacturing has helped push electricity use higher in Oregon. States like Virginia and Iowa are seeing the addition of more large-scale data centers. Oil fields in North Dakota and New Mexico are hooking up to the grid, driving some of the nation's biggest upswings in electric usage. Electricity demand typically inches higher slowly with economic and population growth, typically canceled out by efficiency gains. Nationally, sales grew by just 5% in the past decade. Texas electric demand grew by 25% during that same period. New customers that have connected to the Texas grid in recent years include the likes of Tesla with their Gigafactory outside of Austin, a liquefied natural gas export facility on the Gulf Coast, touted as the world's largest all-electric plant, and Bitcoin miners. Texas is experiencing new demand on the grid that has not been seen since the 50s, 60s, and 70s, according to the grid operator. Are we on the brink of such a moment with electrification of transportation and more extreme weather? Texas companies are pursuing carbon capture and hydrogen projects that will tap grid power. And we're going to do it with artificial intelligence. Many of the grid operators across the country are adjusting demand forecast even higher in coming years. Computing power for artificial intelligence and wider adoption of electric vehicles will just add to the demand. Well, you think? And as more manufacturing is relocating to the U.S. because of incentives in the likes of the Inflation Reduction Act, the U.S. is also making a historic transition from conventional power plants fueled by coal and natural gas to cleaner forms of energy, the wind and solar power. Grid operators have been warning power generating capacity is struggling to keep up with the demand, and these gaps could lead to rolling blackouts during the hot weather or the cold weather. Data centers are one of the biggest new power consumers. Demand for them could double by the year 2030. Some new data centers requesting grid connections are as large as 500 megawatts. I mean, that's as much as it takes to power hundreds of thousands of homes. According to the Electric Power Research Institute, in Virginia, the state's largest utility is Dominion Energy. Yeah, they've connected 75 new data centers since 2019, much of it fueled by streaming and work from home trends. Statewide electricity sales are up 7% year to date. Since then, according to the government data, the utility expects electric demand to grow by about 85% over the next 15 years. Out to the Pacific Northwest, electricity demand is expected to increase 20% in the next 5 years. Much of that because of industrial growth, according to the Pacific Northwest Utilities. Yeah, this new demand is like adding 4 Seattles to the grid. In New Mexico, electricity sales have jumped largely because of the Permian Basin's shale patch in the southeast corner of the state. Yeah, producers there are connecting pumps, compressors, and other equipment to the grid as they try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The utility serving a large slice of the oil field, which straddles New Mexico and Texas, has seen their industrial sales increase an average of 15% for the past 5 years, which they said is astounding. Lastly, likewise, North Dakota has seen oil field electrification while also courting both Bitcoin miners and data centers, causing electricity sales to jump more than 58% in just the last 10 years, the biggest increase in the entire country. Somewhere down the line, there ain't going to be enough juice to go around. You've been plenty of advance notice, right? But who we got on board? It is 844-844-3388. Brother Rambler checks in. Boy, was that a crazy weekend in college football.
Yes, it was. And I tell you what, I did not expect Georgia to just manhandle Ole Miss the way they did. I mean, I figured, both Lane Kiffin, Kirby Smart, they both were coaches underneath Coach Saban, and I figured, well, they know one another very, very well, brother. But I tell you what, Georgia just come out and just punched Ole Miss in the mouth and just didn't look back. It's going to be an interesting SEC championship game. That is for sure December 2nd at 4 p.m. Eastern time between my beloved Alabama Crimson Tide and the Georgia Bulldogs, and let the best team win. And I tell you, I thought for sure, Steve, that Michigan was going to get beat, because I don't know if anyone's ever been up there to Happy Valley. That's a tough and noisy place to play in. It's hard to get to. Beaver Stadium is. And but that place is noisy, and I figured with everything going on with that program, Jim Harbaugh being suspended for the rest of the season, that Penn State would just I wouldn't say run all over them, but I figured they would beat them by at least 6. I was gonna give them, but yeah, man, that just was totally crazy.
And then so after that loss, did I see correct? Did Penn State gave the axe to, was it their offensive coordinator? I think.
Yes.
Okay.
The offensive coordinator got the axe, and I've learned one thing: something that you and I need to do that we will make money. We need to go and present ourselves. We got to get us a decent agent. I nominate the Carolina Monkey Gouger to be our agent, Steve, because he's a pretty good talker. And we need to go get a head coaching job with an enormous buyout. We ain't got to do much. I mean, we could just make a failing team,
we ain't got to win. We just go in there and just, about two or three seasons and just let them fire us and, walk out with $76 million.
What do you think about
Do
old
you realize-
Jumbo? I mean, what are they doing? Texas A&M's on the hook for $76 million to him, and he's just going to sit back and collect?
$76 million. Now, that's not going to be an all one lump sum.
Yeah.
That'll be paid out over a number of years. But they did the math. $76 million is estimated between $204,000 to $208,000 an hour. An hour is what he is estimated to make. And some of the names that's been floated out there that I've heard on from Paul Feinbaum, Lane Kiffin, which I don't see him leaving Ole Miss. Another name that I put out there on a talk site, this gained some traction. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they go after Gus Malzahn, coach, former Auburn coach and current coach at the University of Central Florida. I mean, he's got those recruiting connections. He knows the South. He's a good offensive mind. And, you got that transfer portal now, Steve, and you also got that name, image, likeness deals. He can make some things happen over there. Plus, he knows how to get good coaches. But there's going to be several names floated out there, but one of them won't be Jim Harbaugh. I see Michigan. They rescinded the contract. They were going to give him another contract. They done rescinded that, and I think he is definitely gone at the end of the year. And that's going to loom hard over Big Blue. And like I said, Ohio State travels very, very well. Their fans travel good. That team travels good, and they got a game plan in place. And so we're going to see what's going to happen. There's a lot of football going on this weekend. A lot of teams are playing no-name teams. I know my beloved Crimson Tide, we're playing the UT Chattanooga, the Moccasins. That's going to be our last game at Bryant-Denny Stadium for the year 2024. So it's also senior day for the seniors. And I thought about trying to go up there to it because tickets are relatively cheap. But I don't know. It just depends on what time I get off work. And, of course, all the other elite teams are preparing for their rivalry games. You got Florida State, Florida. They'll be playing. Of course, Alabama, Auburn, they'll be playing. Of course, the big one, I think, Steve, that everyone's looking at, and if you're a betting man in Vegas, you're going to have to put money on that daggum Ohio State-Michigan game because this has national championship implications tied all to. One of them teams are going to lose. There's no more tying in college football. One of them teams is going to lose. And like I said, and then when we get to the SEC championship game, if Bama can stay with one loss in Georgia, they got to play Tennessee. But they'll wipe the floor with the volunteers. Anyway, yeah. So that should be an interesting game, and that's got national championship implications on it as well. Because if Bama's able to knock Georgia out, and let's say Tennessee pulls the upset, they ain't going to be in the national championship. They're not going to put a two-loss. Matter of fact, Steve, the last two-loss team that ever played for a national championship was the LSU Tigers in 2007. So a lot of implications, a lot of things riding in it. It's going to be a great day this weekend and next weekend for college football, and I'm looking forward to it, man. I tell you what. Steve, when I first got into truck driving, there's some wise advice old Dirty Diapers gave me. He said, number one, stay away from the key truck stop. A lot of the old-timer truck drivers will know what the old key truck stop is. It's right there in Channelview, Texas, and that place was a blood bucket. And not only a blood bucket, but a daggum. You might as well say it was for truck drivers. It was a truck driver's house of ill repute, should I say? one of the worst, god-awfulest fights I ever seen in my entire life. I didn't heed my father's advice. I went in there because I wanted to see what it was, and I quickly got out because I sat there and I stayed parked, and of course, all eyes are directed at me because I pulled in there in the slow wagon and fast traffic truck, where I got my company started at. Where I got my starting trucking at. And old boy was out there polishing his rims, and another old boy walked by and just, had his coffee cup and poured coffee on them rims. And I seen them two get out there. Old boy stopped and said, "Hey, you going to apologize?" And old boy, "Nuh-uh." I watched that old boy beat the brakes off that other dude that threw the coffee on them. Blood everywhere. I'm like, you know what? Pops is right. I don't need to be here, neither does anybody else. And last I heard that place is still, for the lack of a better term, a shish kebab hole. So, and also, let's not forget about, and a lot of the old timers remember this too, the drag races they used to have over there at the Ontario 76. Now it's the TA 76 over there in Ontario. And I don't think they do that no more. But trucking sure has changed, and I'm glad I'm a local guy now, Steve, and not over the road no more. I don't think I could take it being over the road no more. And I see enough right here in Mobile, Alabama. When I see a Muslim running at a high rate of speed, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, if he wants to get on his flying carpet and go bow down to the sun and that thorny baloney god they call Allah, which is really the moon god what they're really bowing down to. I'm like, why can't he sit out there in front of his truck? Said he had to run at a full speed over at the Pilot in Satsuma, Alabama, to get out in front of God and everybody to make a spectacle of himself and get on that flying carpet and bow down to that moon god who they call Allah. And I just like, man, it has changed. It has changed whenever you see people going inside there and washing their feet in the sink and everything like that. Come on. So, yeah, I listen to the different callers, at night after night. And, it's becoming just, they're just getting warm bodies. And it's not all, Sikhs from India or Muslims from the Middle East. We're getting Ukrainians, Belarusians, Russians that can't speak hardly any English either, get behind the wheel and just going down the road, flirting with disaster, as old Molly Hatchet used to sing. So, but yeah, it sure is changing, and I know we're fixing to hit a recession. I thank God I'm in an industry, Steve, to where, and I hate to say it like this, but it's the absolute truth. The worse the economy gets, the better off my industry is, because when people can't buy new cars, they got to fix the ones they have. So my industry flourishes. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, that's bad to say it like that, but it's the absolute truth. You got to buy auto parts, and O'Reilly sells a good bit of them. And something else we also sell is Hot Shot, man.
Yes, sir.
You can find it at O'Reilly. Also, Staybill. You can find it at O'Reilly's, too. Before I get off here, Steve, we had a great message this past weekend at the Determined Ministries Church. The message was learning how to forgive someone. And we come out of the book of Genesis, chapter 38, talking about Joseph. Now, Steve, I will tell you and tell anybody, family's the first people that'll hurt you, and they'll hurt you the worst. They will. Look at the first murder. It was brother against brother, Family's the first one to stab you in the back. And I'm going to make this very quick and tell just a quick story about this. They stripped poor old Joseph of his coat of many colors and threw him in a pit because they were jealous of him. Then they sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. Then Potiphar bought him from the Ishmaelites in Egypt. And I love what it says. But God was with Joseph. even in Potiphar's house. And when Potiphar's wife, which was what would be termed as a MILF these days, wanted to have sex with him, he turned her down. And she grabbed his garment, he ran out, and she lied and said that he tried to rape her. And poor Potiphar, he didn't want to believe her, but he threw Joseph in prison for doing absolutely nothing, for being good. But yet again, you'll read, and God was with Joseph, and everything in the prison prospered. Make a long story short, you know the story. He got out of prison, stood before Pharaoh, interpreted Pharaoh's dreams, was made governor of all of Egypt. And while governor and the famine hit the land, he saw his brothers, the same 10 brothers that cast him into that pit. Now, you or I, we probably would have wanted to throw him in prison and never let him out, because, man, that's family, that's blood, and they hurt him. But you know what? He forgave them. He forgave them and told them, I ain't mad at you. God had this all planned out. This was all planned out so I can preserve life and make sure that our family is taken care of. And, you know, Steve, just like Jesus, the thief on the cross, who's to say he wasn't in prison thinking that if he yelled, crucify him, crucify him, crucify him, they would set him free, but they didn't. He was executed right along, him and the other malefactor with Jesus. And while hanging on the cross, I love this, Steve, that malefactor, which you look at the dictionary, means thief or murderer, had a face-to-face conversation with God. And while Jesus is dying for all of our sins, he makes full confession and says, I ain't nothing. I said, Lord, I ain't nothing. But if you'll just save me and take me to paradise, you know what Jesus told him, Steve? He said, this day you will be with me in paradise. Because you know what? He called him Lord. He believed right there. And if Jesus can forgive a sinner, how come we can't forgive people who stab us in the back and do us wrong? I know it's hard. You know, I encourage people, if you've had a family member or a friend stab you in the back, or if you have been the one to stab someone in the back and do them wrong, get to an altar, make peace with God first. Ask the Lord to come into your heart, Jesus Christ, and save you. Ask forgiveness first. Then look in the mirror and forgive yourself. Then go and make peace with your brother or your sister. And Steve, that's what the message was. We had great singing and everything like that. It was just an awesome time at the Turban Ministries Church, and my mother got on the old piano, and she was able to play some, and that made me smile and happy. So, but praise God, I know we're running short on time. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to get on your show and speak and talk about some college football, which it was great weekend. And thank you for allowing me to talk about our church. It ain't my church, Steve. It's our church, the Turban Ministries Church, and it's a church for you. You have a home with us. And remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And let's keep Miss Millie in your prayers. Also, Eric Manley and several others who are going through some things right now. Oh, and the Baldwin County Wild Man. Let's not forget about him. God bless you, Steve. I love you, brother. I'll talk to you again.
Very good. Thank you, Brother Rambler. Hey, just enough time to mention, got an email from Truckin' Phil. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up, morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like we're warming up to 59 Fort Wayne, 53 Sterling Heights today. Here we go, another day. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Amen. Truckin' Phil, Semper Fi. All right, enjoy your, he said, happy Truckin' Taco Tuesday. Can't forget the truckin' part. News break, though, 29 past the hour, and we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is scheduled for an in-person meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in San Francisco on Wednesday. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan.
President Biden has a long history with President Xi. Their conversations are direct, they're straightforward.
The U.S. aims to reestablish military communications that were suspended after Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan last year. McDonald's is launching specially designed Crocs with prices ranging from $70 to $75, set to debut tomorrow. In collaboration, the companies are introducing Crocs inspired by the mascots Grimace, Hamburglar, and Birdie. Donald Trump Jr. has testified once more in the civil fraud trial involving the Trump Organization in New York, speaking on behalf of the defense.
It doesn't feel like we're playing by the rules. We're playing by a one-sided system of justice.
Dave Collins, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, I'm pretty sure most of this audience doesn't need yet another reason not to buy an electric vehicle. But yeah, if you need one, let me throw this at you. Now, we all know especially when you buy a new car, yeah, regardless, internal combustion engine, no matter what it is, yeah, the value of that vehicle drops by thousands of dollars the minute you drive it off the lot, right? Yeah, some vehicles hold their value better than others. Yeah, some lose their value very quickly. Electric vehicles, according to the report from IC Cars, they looked at 1.1 million vehicles sold in the last year. Electric vehicles have depreciated in value more in a 5-year span than any other major vehicle type. But all vehicle types have been able to hold their value better than 4 years ago. Now, 1.1 million vehicles sold in the last year, November of 22 to October of this year. And they used historical data to understand how the vehicle's value will depreciate over the next 5 years. Results of the analysis found the average depreciation rate is 38.8% for all vehicles, which is actually an improvement of 10% from 2019. So it was nearly 50% in 2019. The analysis also found that trucks have the best depreciation rate at 34.8%, hybrids close behind, 37.4%, SUVs finishing in third at 41.2% depreciation rate. Electric vehicles scored the worst with a 49.1% depreciation rate over 5 years. IC Cars executive analyst said in a statement the difference between how much electric vehicles and hybrids depreciate over a 5-year period shows consumers favor the latter, being hybrids. The disparity between electric vehicles and hybrids is worth noting. Electric vehicles, the worst group at holding their value. Hybrids, actually among the best. Some manufacturers have reduced or even abandoned the hybrid market so they can focus solely on the electric vehicle. But these figures suggest consumers still appreciate a hybrid's combination of higher fuel efficiency, and you don't have the range anxiety, the whole idea that when the battery goes down, the hybrid, you can switch over to the internal combustion engine, right? You don't have the range anxiety. In the report, IC Cars noted that it is limited in their ability to track the 5-year depreciation of electric vehicles because of how new they are to the market. But they do say that concerns about battery replacement costs and other incentives have caused the cars to depreciate more than gas-powered vehicles. Yeah, electric vehicles, relatively new to the market. But we all know that the anticipated life expectancy of that battery in the electric vehicle is somewhere in the vicinity of, say, 10 years. So if you've got an electric vehicle that's 7 years old, anyone looking to purchase your used electric vehicle is going to say, hey, I'm going to be forking over, what's the going, is it $15,000, $20,000 for a new battery? And it could happen within a year. I might get 2 or 3 years out of it. But who wants to pay that kind of money? In other words, they don't want to give you nothing for the used electric vehicles. And good example of that is you look overseas where many European countries have been making that transition to all electric vehicles, especially for like the government vehicles, many years earlier than the U.S. There are literally acres and acres of used government electric vehicles sitting in fields, abandoned, because the governments say the cost of replacing the batteries on the darn things, it's cheaper just to scrap them. Let them rot in the fields. I'm just saying. Knucklebuster, I thought you'd be snoozing by now.
I ate me a little food and sitting up here finishing up the show there. Tractors have a pretty good depreciation rate. Farm equipment, they don't lose but about 10% of its initial cost per year. So I've got one in that 1988 50 John Deere, and it's I can get at least $5,000 for it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mississippi State fired their head coach only after 11 games. See, he didn't do too well, did he?
No, he did not.
And I think old Jim Harbaugh is delusional too. There, he said Michigan has to be America's team. Steve, they've got him on video saying that. He ain't this old boy's team. So I bet Rambler don't think he's America's team either. Rambler, Lane Kiffin should have been fired after that game. The score at halftime was Georgia 21 to Ole Miss 14. And then they didn't score but a field goal in the second half. So I ain't too impressed with Lane Kiffin right now. And Steve, did you know Tennessee is a lot smarter than I am?
Well, fancy that you'd admit that, but yeah, normally the better half is smarter. The females are smarter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I drive a 2000 Ford F-150, and she drives a 2019 Chevy Silverado. So, but I keep them maintained for both of us there. And when that old Ford finally does go out, I'll start driving the 2019, and we'll get her a new whatever. It'll probably be another Silverado, too. So I had $150 in fuel points today. I bought a 2-quart bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction and Eliminator. They didn't have no gasoline extreme, so I can't tell you what I bought also. And then I bought some Clendo, too. So anyway, keep everything maintained up, people. Keep them running. That's the only way to do it now. Don't go buy that new junk. So, anyway, that's all of my baloney. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers. And a pleasure talking to you, brother.
Have a great morning. Yes, and safe travels rest of your trip, whatever that may hold. Hey, Scarecrow. Yes, sir.
Well, Steve, I have to send my thanks out to Brother Rambler. And I don't say this with sarcasm at all. Thank you for bringing up Malahatch's flirting with disaster. It's now running through my head to the point, once the program's over here, Steve, I just might fire it up on the jukebox here and run through a couple of times. Now, had he mentioned Elvira, I would probably be casting dispersions at him at this very moment. But we'll wash that out of our mind here. I got a question here, but I have to preface this, Steve. I used to think that Pinterest was a chick thing that all about home decorating and poopery type stuff. And well, then my bride, she kind of convinced me a couple of years back that I would probably find it quite interesting, and I do, Steve. I've registered, and you put in your selection of your interests, and they fire off pictures of what you're interested in. And well, it's kind of like a family tree, though, Steve. Do I have to explain it? Are you familiar how it works? Kind of.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Are you with Pinterest?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so anyway, you know how you can be following one bunny hole, and well, then there'll be an image of something else, and before you know it, you've gone totally a different direction than what you were, kind of researching or whatever prior. Now, when I was sitting prior, waiting to get loaded there, I was going through the recent edition they'd sent me. Steve, refresh my memory. When did Samantha Fox come into the public, become a household name, I guess? Did she have ties with a politician or something way back?
I just remember her music from probably about 1984, thinking 85.
She had music.
Yeah. That's
just the name.
That's the first and only thing I knew about her was her music. 80s pop.
Okay, well, maybe I'll have to leave it alone and do a search on it, or maybe whoever called in behind me here will educate both of us there. But no, I think she probably graced the pages of some publications that have a particular area in the center of the magazine that's a smile on a lot of our faces. But,
well, she was a singer, she was a model, and she was an actress. All the above.
Okay. There was a time when it seemed like several politicians became well known on the news and whatnot for the company that they kept there. Okay, well, that satisfies that. Anyway, I told you I would bring around the rest of the story after that. After the top of the news, after the first hour there. To recap, everybody, yesterday, one of the staffers of my wife, she had a car accident on the way to work. And she devoted to her job. She was more worried about getting to work than what was going to happen with her car or anything else. Well, what happened, one of the county deputies who was on the scene, he gave her a ride. It's about a 7 to 8 mile drive from where the accident was, Steve, to where the daycare center is. And as we said earlier, and you agreed, she's middle-aged, so she's responsible. Whereas the younger staff, they wanted the rest of the week off for the trauma that they're experiencing. Now, one of her concerns on the way, she was going to miss out on her, whatever the coffee of the day is, one of these little stands that are parked alongside the road. So that deputy, he took it up on himself to stop in there, and he bought her the cup of joe there too, Steve, and delivered her right to the job site. And so as I started out with, my hat's off to all of our county sheriff's department policemen, officers and deputies and everybody else concerned. Can you hear me, Pappy? Steve, we were gonna take the class to school here, but rather than burning the end of the program here, we'll back out of it, bring it around tomorrow, and maybe let somebody else bring up the tail of the program. So we're going to leave you alone now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so I had to get going back in time a little bit. Samantha Fox, her glamour modeling career began at the age of 16 when her mother took photographs of her wearing lingerie and submitted them to the Sunday People's Face and Shape of 83 amateur modeling contest. After she placed second in the contest, a photographer for the London Sun invited her to pose topless for page 3. Yes, British publications could then legally feature topless models ages 16 and older. They did raise that age to 18 in 2003. Fox later said she was grateful for the opportunity to enter the world of glamour modeling, since many people in her area were unemployed or had rough, low-paying jobs. She had previously considered joining the police force, but at 5'1" tall, she didn't meet the height requirements that were then in place. She stated that she had become comfortable with sunbathing topless on European beaches and didn't consider nudity to be a big deal. So I guess I was not familiar with her until she came on, I guess, the music scene in the 80s. Okay, I just remember some of her album covers and whatnot. I had a couple of Samantha Fox albums, right? 80s pop. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, our old pal Rick likes to say, round in third, headed for home. And the anonymous hippopotamus. What are you seeing falling from the sky? What's the deal?
I saw it, Your Honor. I can guarantee and absolutely say that the astronauts lost their tool bag, because I saw this thing that looked like a meteor type thing fall straight out of the sky up there in front of me. Come right straight down out of the sky. I very rarely do you see a meteor that, usually they go across the sky. This one fell right straight down, right straight down. So I'll guarantee it had to have been that tool bag that they dropped out there when they were working. So anyways, I saw it. So anyways, I guess it's a good thing you told us who Samantha Fox was, because I didn't even know who the name was. I don't know. I guess because I had as much interest in pop music as the 70s had in disco. The end of the 70s and 80s had in disco, and so. Yeah, pop. Yeah. So yeah, it was pretty amazing that the rock and roll of the 70s by what was it, 1982 or 1983 was actually classic rock and roll, and everybody kept listening to the
right
rock, and we all kind of just stayed there, and it's like the whole rest of the world went on with whatever, and I guess that's how Taylor Swift got to wherever she is after she left country, and I don't even know what she does. Does Taylor Swift even sing anymore, Your Honor? I haven't heard know anything about Taylor Swift songs or anything. You wouldn't even know if she sings anymore, would you?
Yeah, she's the biggest name in music that exists right now. Yeah, to say the least.
All right. Well, as I say, once she left country, I didn't even know she was still in the music world. Didn't even know anything about it. But anyways, so earlier in the show, somebody said something about that the record spending this year for the holidays, and kind of the reason for is the fact that the prices are so much higher. And what my question is how are people still justifying? Is it just putting it all on a credit card at this point? I mean, is everybody just going that much more in debt and not trying to be financially responsible? And, so they're going to buy the same amount of stuff, even though it costs, exponentially more to go that much further in debt instead of now. Isn't that kind of the business plan and spending plan that Yellow had?
Yeah, that's what our our U.S. government does. I mean, where are we up to? We're up to $31 trillion, I think. I mean, I'm losing track of the trillions. We just keep spending more.
I realize, but if the people don't be a little bit responsible, how can you ever expect the government to be responsible?
Yeah.
I'm just asking you. The people are the government. The government's the people. If the people don't show responsibility, how can you ever expect government to have responsibility? But anyway, I just because I know that we're cutting back. We aren't going to spend as much as we might spend as much as we did last year, but we certainly aren't going to buy more, and we aren't going to buy as much. You're going to get less for your Christmas holiday this year, because we're not going to buy the same amount of things. We're going to spend the same amount of money, or maybe a little less even, because other things cost more. So I don't know. I think people need to look at it and not be out there record spending just to buy the same amount of things or everything that they did the previous years, or try to buy more things than did the previous years. And probably that goes with buying new cars too, but we've talked about that before. But anyway, and as far as the Scarecrow goes, I got one thing for him for the morning here. Pa pa. You know where that one goes, right?
Meow meow. Papa meow meow. I got you. Get that in his head. I'm looking at the numbers here. The National Retail Federation did last week say holiday sales are expected to see a modest rise compared to last year. Now, last year's sales were up 5.4%. In 2021, it was like a 13.5% jump. But remember, that's when everybody was stuck at home. And, hey, we had stimulus dollars being pumped into the economy. That 13.5% jump, a lot of that was people buying Christmas gifts and having to ship them for Christmas presents all over the country, because we weren't allowed to go home for Christmas, right? You couldn't go over the hills and through the woods to Grandma's house. You had to put on your mask and shop from home and ship from home. Shoppers are taking calculated steps before splurging this holiday season. High fuel prices, food prices have wiped out their household budgets. And, of course, we're starting to see an additional hit as far as those who have student loan repayments. American people are now deal hunting and picking up products mainly during heavy discounting days like Black Friday and Thanksgiving. There you go. The National Retail Federation's gloomy expectations for the 2 months echo a similar forecast from Deloitte that sees holiday sales in the U.S. rise at the lowest pace in 5 years as consumers purchase items and prioritize necessary products needed for their day-to-day requirements. There you go. We'll close it out here on a Tuesday morning. Have a great day. Safe travels. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. You know the drill. Come the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we'll do it all over again. We'll be saying, hey, Mike, Mike, Mike. Hope you can join us for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but